Unisakut pigetun nakapalal mata takwa kaya ko sa majawod pigalang ini ina nilakang sumaalan takwa pigalang ini. Can you hear him? No? Before they start, I just want you to start first before we go on. Okay. Tema. Yeah, tayo. Atigo, Alan, you want to go first?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chair has asked me to follow up on a point or two about procedure in English, and then Andrew's going to repeat it again roughly in Inuktitut so that everybody understands where we are. There was a comment by NTI just before the break about submitting written questions and having them answered in a timely way. We just wanted to address that briefly. We are aware that I think it was NTI who asked us a day or so ago how we were intending to have the record distributed to participants, and we provided an answer to NTI, or at least to whoever asked me that question, and I'll come back to that point in a second, that the Commission is recording this entire process with 2 video cameras. The small camera right beside the presenter's table is trained on the screen behind the commissioners. Many of you have been using the laser pointer to outline areas of interest to you. That's all recorded and visible on the video. The video, however, has to be matched up with language. There's also a transcription being done by a recorder seated over here, and it takes, I'm told, with the number of days and hours we've been sitting, it might take a month to actually marry the two together and get the languages straightened out. Some of this is recording the audio in the room in Inuktitut, some of it is in English, and we have to marry all of that up. So, as I indicated, that will be prior in the hallway. I thought we would address it at the end as a procedural point, but we just wanted to be clear. You'll all have access to that by going on to the Commission website when it gets posted. We, the Commission, will endeavor to do that at each of the 3 regional hearings because it'll be fair for everybody who is not here to be able to know what was said. And that necessarily means that at the end of the 3rd hearing, there will be a similar period of time to put that last video and transcript together. And following that interval, final written argument. There had been a reference yesterday to an earlier date in April for final written argument, and that was when we believed we were having 1 territorial-wide hearing. But now that we have 3, clearly written argument has to be at the end of the 3rd so that everybody will have had an opportunity to, if they wish, become familiar what was said at any hearing that they didn't attend. On the issue of questions that are written to us and given to us, we, of course, clarified at the beginning that we would try to read these questions that were submitted to us to people when they're presenting, and we have tried our best to do that. We're trying to balance the need for people in the room to have an opportunity to ask their questions with our commitment to read written questions. So the chair is doing his best to balance those two. To the extent that we don't have an opportunity to read submitted written questions due to the shortage of time in the hearing, we hope to compile them all, including those that don't get asked here, and distributed to all of the participants so people will see what questions are going to participants to be answered. That will also include written questions which I am receiving from a number of sources through the course of the last 3 days. And if it's possible, we appreciate you handing up written questions to us informally. We would also ask if you could be sure to ensure that you email them to the Commission so they can be on that list of written questions that we'll respond to when we can. we don't want to miss anybody's questions. Our chair is balancing the need to do that. Our solution, and the Commission, Andrew will explain this again in a moment, we've always indicated that to the extent there was time at a presentation, there'll be question periods at the end, but that also there would be a Q&A period at the very end of each of these regional hearings. This hearing looks like it's lining up for Sunday night. We're hoping not to spill into Monday. We're hoping to finish it Sunday night. And so if we get to a wide open Q&A session before Sunday evening, terrific. If we don't get there, to make sure that all of the presenters have time to present their submissions, we'll get to it on Sunday night. I'm going to pause and just swallow hard and say, I have been instructed to say we will sit all through the night as long as there are questions. If you would like to make your morning flight on Monday, we may still be here. So please be aware that we'll be here Sunday night to answer those questions as clearly as we can and exchange them between the participants. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. As he mentioned, he said that I would explain this in Inuktitut, as I said. Written questions have been mentioned numerous times. We will go through them Sunday night. We're trying to finish the agenda for tomorrow night, so at the conclusion of this public hearing, we will attempt to answer all the questions, even if we have to go late into the night, so everybody can start heading home on Monday. So we will have a night session tonight as well. Tomorrow we will meet all day tomorrow, and your questions are still being received. So tomorrow we are pretty much catch up with the agenda, so we're back to regular schedule tomorrow. Your questions, please write them to the presenters, so the presenters can have time to make presentations, although some have moved their presentation to the other regions. So tomorrow night we will be able to answer questions that you have submitted to NPC in written form. We are recording this hearing in many ways, including through video transcription. I think Alan's explanation is clear. Government of Nunavut, you may proceed anytime. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, Planning Commission, and participants, invited guests, and people on the floor. Today I will be making presentations. David Acaro, Government of Nunavut. To my left is Steve Pinkston, Deputy Minister of the Environment. I have worked with him, and there's a slew of GN representatives behind me who will be support staff if the need be to answer your questions. Department of Environment with numerous different titles. There's also a Minister of Deputy Minister of Economic Development, Bernie McIsaac. We will be speaking, and there were numerous inquiries on the environment, so if we're not able to answer your questions directly, appropriate position will answer the questions. We are here to give a presentation to draft plan by Nunavut Planning Commission, and we have heard at this meeting and through previous correspondence, so thank you for your invitation to make a presentation to the public hearing here. I have some concerns that I would like to voice, and I remember that we have discussed these in the past, and many topics will be subject to any agreement, Nunavut agreement. This has potentials that can work successfully, and there are numerous questions that have been addressed to us. The draft land use plan as presented is it's quite accurate. There are numerous discussions contained in the draft. So the Planning Commission, Government of Nunavut, and how we relate as working partners. In working relationship to draft land use plan for the benefit of Nunavut communities. Who is doing the next page? These are the areas that we are going to touch on, how Government of Nunavut is relating to draft land use plan and where we stand according to our regulation policies. So here are the subjects that we will cover. We will discuss these as we go along.
Successful completion of the Nunavut Land Use Plan is the Government of Nunavut's priority. The Government of Nunavut's approach to the draft plan is guided by its mandate, jurisdiction, and policies which are developed through extensive community consultations. Once approved, the land use plan will guide and direct the territory's long-term vision. In the long-term vision for the development and conservation. This monumental task for the Commission requiring a balanced approach that is reflective of ranges of views. No issues amplifies the competing values of economic development and environmental protection, and more than the draft plan's proposed designation for caribou habitat. This will therefore be a primary focus of the technical review portion of our presentation today.
The documents we see on the screen are relevant legislation that we follow as Government of Nunavut. Government of Nunavut are also have prepared where we stand. And as we prepared this legislation, as we understand what was being proposed, So we have prepared to have a say in this draft land use plan relation to Nunavut. Sivumut stepping forward is our guiding in what we do in government of Nunavut. And we follow this particular direction related to draft land use plan as well. In Nunavut, we want to see our stepping forward that it be relevant in our approaches to Nunavut jurisdiction and their well-being.
The policy shown here further defines the government of Nunavut's vision of Sivum Nablokta and have also informed the government's recommendation regarding the draft plan. The mineral exploration and mining strategy is the government of Nunavut's plan to create opportunities for future self-reliance of Nunavut through the sustainable development of our mineral resources. We must also consider the eco-high value of its renewable resource. Our caribou strategy was created to support the sustainable management of the Nunavut's caribou herd. The tourism strategy seeks to achieve consistent, sustainable growth in tourism industry by supporting community business development and strengthening the legislative and regulatory environment. The transportation strategy maps out ways we will invest in programs and infrastructure. Our transportation system must enable economic development in the territory.
Inuit Kauyimayatokangit has been discussed in length. As it was discussed, there are also 8 points that we like to point out, and they are our guiding lights as we progress in our daily operation. They're important to us. Pangnachiangnik, it means how Nunavut and how it should proceed forward, that we utilize everything that is available to us for the good of Nunavut and harmony of Nunavut. How can we work under this particular Qikiqtani is in working harmony through every means we have. It creates the importance in Inuit harmony, and it's progressing forward, going forward well.
This week, we heard a lot about protected areas and special management areas. Listening to participants, we were wondering if protection is being mentioned as a recommendation for values areas should actually be achieved through special management areas. Oh, nunangwa mo. Used to having the mamena. The slide brings us to the government of Nunavut's technical review of the 2016 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. This map is essentially the Nunavut Planning Commission's zoning map, or Schedule A. But instead of only showing where the three draft plan zones are, this map highlights the underlying land value informing the Commission's proposed protected areas and special management areas. Essentially, this map attempts to highlight what issues are at the forefront of the Nunavut Land Use Plan drafting. It shows where the land access restrictions have been proposed by the Commission and why. The government of Nunavut delineates the calving grounds and the post-calving grounds identified in pink on this map, and we're confident in the science and Inuit Kauyamaya informing us of these delineations. Currently, Nunavut Planning Commission has proposed these areas to be protected areas with many prohibitions to development. However, this is an example of an issue where GN believes protection can best be achieved through special management areas. Here are the major concerns which the government of Nunavut has identified in relation to the draft plan. We want to ensure there is a balance in the plan between conservation and economic development. Recognizing gaps or highly polarized recommendations for certain issue, the plan must be appropriately contextualized and moderate. The plan must be reflective of the range of the planning partners' views. However, this is also the first generation Nunavut land use plan, and as such it can and likely will change in the future. The plan, therefore, be appropriately scoped. The slide details why the draft plan has its emphasis on caribou protection. Caribou harvesting accounts for a significant portion of the territory's economy. 2008,
This is what is written on 2008 on Beverly and Kamanaiak Herd Board of Directors. I think it was just an estimate in these charts. There were two herds in questions, and I think it costed $11 million to accomplish this particular thing. $11 million project was for the benefit of Inuit harvesters, and it was dispersed to the communities so nutritious food can be had in the communities, and it has benefited many Inuit. The caribou herd, and if we are to carefully manage and review annually, so in 10 years I think we could distribute $10 billion worth of food. But according to Inuit lifestyle, could never equal what money is being dispersed. Instead, how valuable the caribou is to the Inuit and Aboriginals of Canada. It is their main food source, and their healthiness. Inuit will also be healthy in Nunavut.
Government of Nunavut recommends a special management area for the draft plan designation for caribou calving ground, key access corridor, post-calving grounds, and freshwater crossing. This will lead to a case-by-case assessment of the projects in these areas, but with a clear warning in the land use plan regarding significant importance of these habitat. Something that we heard throughout this week from the communities. Further, the government of Nunavut supports seasonal restrictions up to and including seasonal phase shutdowns in these areas, and has provided the critical timing windows for when caribous are present. Further reinforcing the desire to protect caribou is the fact that in many cases, these iconic large mainland migratory barren ground caribou populations are currently experiencing considerable declines. The government of Nunavut's Department of Environment invests great deal of resource in monitoring the health of the caribou herds, and when necessary, develop management plans and total allowable harvest with our partners to protect sustainable harvesting rights under the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. One factor that we are keeping in mind as the government is in fact that in November 2016, the Committee of Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada assessed barren ground caribou population as threatened. This independent assessment of vulnerability by caribou scientists across Canada confirms the need to safeguard this vulnerable resource from continued negative impact. Federal listing of barren ground caribou under the species at risk would trigger the need for critical habitat protection. Our government, the government of Nunavut, also has the ability to seek habitat protection for herds through Section 141 of the Wildlife Act, although it is not considering this action at this time. Our island herds are also experiencing population changes. Recent surveys suggest Baffin Island caribou are in decline, whereas Southampton Island caribou is increasing.
Qikiqtani region herd has declined, as our researchers have indicated and did their research. The calving grounds, according to this map, we're not quite sure the range of calving herds, so we don't have any indications on the maps for you. And we have heard through the communities where the herds are calving, and through QWF, the caribou, how it can be further researched. So we have handed over for their recommendation, and in turn they will inform the population before we take any action. And we will go through this particular organization that we're not yet releasing anything.
The Nunavut Land Use Plan is an excellent opportunity to highlight the importance of habitat critical to caribou productivity and prevent development impacts. We know from science and IQ that herd population experience natural fluctuations. However, natural and human disturbance to caribou may act cumulatively to impact caribou abundance and distribution, potentially disrupting cyclical fluctuation over the long term. This graph highlights the fact that any herd population has a threshold. Once it's fallen beneath a certain size, wildlife co-management partners need to start exploring total allowable harvest. Nobody wants these, as they are signs that caribou and those active within the territorial traditional economy are struggling. This map illustrates the calving and post-calving grounds within the annual range of multiple herds. The darker gray area shows the core calving ground areas, and the lighter gray area shows post-calving ground. Calving grounds are recognized by IQ and scientific experts as being critical importance for maintaining healthy caribou populations. Human activities in the calving grounds during calving periods is expected to result in disturbance avoidance response in herds. Ongoing disruptions within calving grounds or cumulative fragmentations of these habitats may have serious negative impact to herd demographics and population size. After all, these calving grounds have been selected and annually inhabited by herds, in part because they are disturbance-free. Post-calving ground, though slightly highly sensitive, occupy larger geographic areas at times when calves are more mobile relative to when they are in the calving grounds. The draft plan has proposed a blanket prohibition of the multiple development types within these habitats, but it is uncertain to what extent these prohibitions will negatively impact the territory's economy and whether all these prohibitions are supported by Nunavut Mute. This graph, so small. These graph highlights how delineations for caribou habitat have been informed by the movement data of collaring collected by collaring. Slide 16. This graph, the same graph, but with additional notes to help conceptualize some of these movement trends. Caribou operates within a very complex and variable environment. In addition to human impacts, their movement and migrations are also impacted by other species and environmental factors.
The next graph, this has been collected over the 2 years study from collaring program to see where the caribou are heading or where their migratory routes are going, and this is the Qikiqtani herd under Inuit Kauyamanitokangan, it is stated that the calving grounds don't really shift or change over time. However, these here is highlighted where migrations pattern have their trends. The caribou sometimes will have to travel far distances to calve, and traditionally they go to areas where there are less human habitation.
Slide 19. This table, 18. Yeah, I already covered that. Yeah. This table is, next slide, is the statistical summary of the land use prohibition proposed by the 2016 draft plan. By Nunavut settlement area, by region, and broken down into marine and land-only components. What should be evident is that there is a large area that prohibits significant number of development activities. At this point, it is important to remember that Nunavut is considered a remote jurisdiction to operate in and from industrial purposes. For example, most mineral deposits occur more than 50 kilometers from any established supply route, and the average cost to explore for minerals can be up to 2.8 times higher than anywhere else in Canada with respect to production. The capital cost average 2.5 to 2.5 times higher, and operating costs can be greater by additional 30 to 60%. Slide 21. Slide 21. Okay, kayo naman. Our first prohibition map is for mineral exploration and development. All of these brown areas are where NPC proposed prohibiting prohibit mining. As you look at this map and the extent of these areas, we need to keep in mind that mineral exploration and production makes a significant contribution to our economy through job creation, investment, and payments to government and designated Inuit organization. A 2014 study by the Mining Industry Human Resource Council estimated unemployment in Nunavut mineral extraction sectors at 1,075 workers and over 1,140 workers in exploration and mining support services for a total of 2,215 people. In this same study, the 10-year cumulative hiring requirements are projected to be 1,820 workers in expanding mineral industry, which is 700 more than under a non-growth scenario. In 2015, Nunavut's 2 operating mines alone directly employed more than 450 Inuit. And this figure doesn't include any other advanced projects, exploration, or mining support services. This slide provides a snapshot of potential economic and fiscal benefits of a single mine development. Most notably, the mineral development industry currently contributes approximately $723.6 million in direct employment benefit. The workforce employed in operating mines in Nunavut is now between 20 and 35% Inuit. Another industry which has potential to create jobs and thereby improve socioeconomic conditions in the territory is the development of our oil and gas deposits. This is an area where we need strategic environmental assessment and other decision support tools to determine where and how this industry may be best advanced in the territory. A strategic environmental assessment for Davis Strait and Baffin Bay is planned to start this year. The possible impacts on wildlife and socioeconomic benefits related to the development of oil and gas will be examined through the strategic environmental assessment. Until the results of the assessments are known, it is premature to prohibit oil and gas activities in Davis Strait and Baffin Bay area. The development of oil and gas fields in Nunavut is under a federal jurisdiction, and the government of Canada recently imposed an indefinite ban on issuance of new petroleum permits in Canada's Arctic waters pending a 5-year review, which the strategic environmental assessment is meant to complement. The Lancaster Sound will more likely become a national marine conservation area, which will prohibit the development of oil and gas resources forever. Here's a map illustrating the draft plan proposed prohibit linear infrastructure, including all-season roads and transmission lines.
Okay, perhaps I've been speaking too long. I apologize. I don't know what triggered that. Where was I? Line 24.
Here's a map illustrating the draft plan proposed prohibited to linear infrastructure, including all-season roads and transmission lines. Under the currently proposed scheme, 100% of the Nunavut settlement area would be subject to prohibition on community linkage highways and railways. Further, Qikiqtani and Kivalliq would see approximately 31% and 25% of their land base, respectively, unavailable for other types of linear infrastructure. In the plan's options and recommendations document, it is not clear if prohibition to roads are supported by Nunavut Miut. This is one issue where the change in respective policies between the 2014 and 2016 draft doesn't seem to be explained by review of technical submissions either. Further, the near perfect overlap of so many prohibited activities without explanations indicates a blanket approach to protection that overlooks the material difference between activities and their true incompatibility with other land use, with other land use. With Nunavut's critical lack of infrastructure and the associated impact it has on the cost of living, the government of Nunavut cannot support a plan that does not promote an improved balance between protection and promotion of linear infrastructure development. Slide 25, I think. Yeah. Here's a close-up of the most recently proposed routing for the Qikiqtani to Manitoba corridor. In this case, this is speculative routing overlap with post-calving grounds and to a small extent calving grounds. The government of Nunavut have been working with Qikiqtani Inuit Association to pursue this project, which is restricted by this draft plan. The projects that are successful in obtaining Nunavut Impact Review Board's project certificates are still subject to robust monitoring requirements. The government of Nunavut works closely with proponents at the technical level to find, where possible, innovative, adaptive management solutions to potential impacts. This slide shows a snapshot of a potential impact during fall migration of the Loriland caribou herd along a road corridor in Nunavut. The proponent in this case actually provides in-kind support for collaring program that has revealed this potential impact, and as such, the mining industry contributes a great deal to understanding of these herds. The government of Nunavut is already in the process of researching this situation further to determine whether an impact is occurring, and if so, how to resolve this with the proponent. Here is our final prohibition map. Although there are additional use prohibition proposed by the draft plan, including prohibition to quarries and hydroelectric or related infrastructure, which also concerns the government of Nunavut. Here you will see where permanent tourism restrictions have been proposed. The map displays the various off-season and season marine restriction proposed by the draft. The government of Nunavut appreciates this opportunity to discuss the outstanding issues and provide additional perspective for our fellow planning partners' considerations. Development in the north can be particularly challenging, and we owe it to Nunavut Mute to collect all the necessary information and input before making land access decisions. We must emphasize the importance of our integrated resource management system and the work carried out not just by the Nunavut Planning Commission, but also by the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Water Board, and the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board. Together, these institutions safeguard the ecosystemic and the social-economic integrity of Nunavut and ensure the responsible development of our natural resources.
At this moment, Nunavut government would like to see, with respect to the plan changes, that we like to integrate these with respect to our environment and economic development in Nunavut. We want to work collaboratively with Nunavut Planning Commission and our signatures that affect any planning in Nunavut. We have been given the Sivamon Aluktok document that, and it's a reason why we have to work closely, and now we are hopeful we'll be having close relationship with Nunavut Planning and also other signatories, and by working together, the concerns we may have, we may resolve by a close working relationship to ensure a positive outcome in the near future. Now, we like to open for this time for questions, and if we have no response, we will be writing up any responses if they come in at a later date. These are the Nunavut government's presentation. Thank you. Your colleague will have some comment, no? Any question from here, Percy? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Percy Kabluna, NPC, on site 11. Could we revert to that slide? Wager Bay is pretty high up in the Kuwaitan area. And you have the Beverly Herd further south, or west, Wager Bay. Yes. So, okay. If I understand the Wager Bay slide, these are Wager Bay caribou that occupy the area here on the green shade, Wager Bay, and some of these listed in English, the Dauphin Union. So this Dauphin Union caribou, our boundaries are set here, and Blue Nose East, but Wager Bay is way out in the east side. The caribou, however, are classified as Wager Bay caribou. So we're trying to highlight the different caribou and where they occupy the region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Peter also has a question. Mr. Chair, thank you. Peter Alarak from Nunavut Planning. It's not a question, more of a comment. For the three communities, if you were to visit all the three regions, no doubt you'll be in Kuwaitan in the 24, 25, and 26 slides, I think. Well, a number of questions will be raised, and the caribou and the impact on the caribou mentioned. If possible, I think a larger map should be displayed, and perhaps a big map displayed on the wall when we have our Kivalak session. Thank you. Yes, we are planning our visit to Kivalak and Qikiqtani along with NPC, and the displays we have for the presentation. I at that time we assumed this was going to be the last draft, but since the planning stage have been broken up to 3 regions, so we've included these. And once we're there, we'll present a more detailed explanation to our displays. And these have been received by the communities, and it's been an ongoing process presenting it to the public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any questions? Ubadi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question that I would like to ask about the caribou. On that map, under 8, if you can show that map. You just passed it. Next one. This one, if you can show that slide. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask a question about that particular one. I would like to find out, since there's markings, is it following their trends? What is it indicating, those lines? Because we have been told, well, we've been advised that there are less and less caribou. Since you have done radio collaring, what does that indicate? You can respond.
Thank you, Steve Pinkson, Government of Nunavut. This chart illustrates the activity level of caribou, so how much on average they're actually moving. So the collars.
Sorry, hold on. He can't hear. Tema, Tishalaki. Yeah, Mamilak. Atigo from the beginning.
Thank you, Steve Pinkson, Government of Nunavut. So this is an illustration of the activity or the movement of caribou. The collars that are placed on caribou don't just record their location, it records how much they are actually moving around. And this shows a full year and a few notable things. If you look at the center of the calving period, you'll see that caribou are very inactive, so they're not moving very much during calving seasons. They're very concentrated and in their areas, whereas during migration times and post-calving, they're actually very active and they're moving. So it's an illustration of the complexity of their life cycle. Thank you.
Did he answer your question? Putulik? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Putulik from Nunavut Planning. First of all, I would like to say what has been made available, all these maps on protection measures that will take place for our wildlife in many areas. As Nunavut Planning Commission, we have not set them up. It is through visiting the communities and doing studies in each community to indicate where we would have protection measures on the wildlife, and that question has been posed to the communities, is to indicate where they are following each community, their own patterns. And they have indicated to us that it might be in this area. This plan has not come into effect yet. It's during this pre-hearing and during this review that we are trying to gather information so that they can come into effect. Now that they are being presented, what are your thoughts on this? Because that's where we are right now. What are your thoughts on this? As Nunavut Planning Commission, we have not established this yet. This is going to be a plan that will soon be established. So I just wanted to point that out before I comment. Ben Hovig had shared with us the caribou in the Bapan region. I'm sure it's not just caribou, perhaps fishing, the fishing activities as indicated on the maps, the communities, Iqaluit, Cape Dorset, Qikiqtani, Panneto, Qikiqtani, Iglulik, Sanarayak, Habich, Clyde River. All these communities have spoken a lot about this, and we would want to be involved if that were to be implemented, because they had stated now that the Nunavut government what would be their position on these? That is my question. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, David Acher, Nunavut government. You had two questions. I will try to respond accordingly. On protection measures, following the slides. And I would like to elaborate more that what we share during our presentations, for example, territorial park near Clyde River and near the one in between Qikiqtani and Iqaluit, the territorial parks, we have established a plan to protect those areas. And with help, as I mentioned earlier, there is a proposed marine protection area in the Lancaster Sound. What we have indicated that are marked in brown on the plans that are being made have been planned carefully, following the regulations. And about the areas where the caribou are, nothing has been put in place yet for protection measures on them. And it's been said that there is a dropping plan. What we're trying to say, instead of having it indicated in green, why don't we have it marked in yellow? As representatives from the government, we had brought out information on where the caribou usually migrate through and where their calving grounds are. As Nunavut Planning Commission, we want you to know that all the communities will have to be better informed before this comes into effect. That's what we would suggest that you do if species become if species are at risk. If Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, through that, we are making plans along with QWB. We have been working collaboratively for some years now, and we have submitted information so that they can consult with Inuit further, because we have an authority as the government following the HCO regulations or authority. If there was a concern on caribou, for example, if we would like to have it set up in a way, and if we clearly indicate what the status is on that, then we will work collaboratively with you. We are not saying that please open up everything. And we don't want to say that we're not concerned about what the communities had to say, but I want to say that we have to work together. When Nunavut was being planned, Nunavut is of concern, and when we're working on behalf of Nunavut, we have to work together to see which path we will take in regards to all of these topics. I hope I answered your question. Are there any further questions from this panel? I would like to ask a question to myself, because umaloni gutana atoloni titira simanianga atotoloni. What do you think about this draft plan, that it will be a living document? What are your thoughts on that? That's just what I want to ask about. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since there will be room for revisions, and we have indicated that it will be structured in a way, and our responsibilities will not end just to that. And because of climate change, and because our place where we live at will always continue to change, a lot of things will evolve. And I do agree with you. There will be a review every 5 years. And you have stated clearly as a commission that if changes need to be made, then they can be amended, as you have pointed out. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you. I believe there are no further questions from this panel. Anyone from over there?
During your presentation, there was a lack of information for Baffin Island caribou. And we have elders who has the knowledge how come government of Nunavut has no information with Baffin caribous? And what's the point having quota for Baffin if you don't have the information? Kuya namin.
Di?
Kuya Naming, I think the lack of information on Baffin caribou in relations to the Nunavut land use plan is that we had not studied or surveyed this Baffin caribou herd as much, nor have we asked for Inuit Kawimayatokangit information up until very recently, as information as 2014. I think leading up to it, we have a lot of information. We do have population information, but we don't have calving area information. We do have from the Baffin Island Caribou Management Plan draft that we've been working on for the last 5 years. We've got a lot of that information from the communities. And what I'm saying is, all that information, we're funneling that through the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, which will make the ultimate decision on whether to approve or reject or modify the management plan that our minister will need to make action under our Wildlife Act. So two different things. In this presentation, I said we don't have enough information to put where the calving, because our maps that we provided showed where the caribou calving grounds, post-calving grounds, winter. For Baffin Island, this is one of the herds that we have not studied as much. We've done 2 surveys now, and now I think, but we don't have the caribou calving ground data to provide to the Nunavut Planning Commission. But I want to assure our Baffin, folks from Baffin, through that other process, which is the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board process, we will have a lengthy discussion on caribou management, and I think that's going to be very healthy, but not through the land use plan. Kuya Naming.
Kuya Naming, Liupa.
Wanted to ask a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am from Panyatuk, Liupa Apalealuk. Probably not related to the topic is my question, but I'm hopeful it'll be related. I believe it was last fall. There was going to be a study on the calves, caribou calves. Maybe it's not related to your particular responsibility. Do you have any knowledge on that? Because there was going to be a study on caribou calves. Do you have any knowledge on that? After your response, I'll speak further. I just want to remind you, if you cannot respond right away, you don't have to try and respond later. David Akero, thank you. Yes, we did counting. Each year, the cows are counted. And this week, in the Baffin region, in the southern region, they are going to work on first this month and go up to the North Baffin to work on that area. And there was information presented that from a staff member who is involved in that. And it's part of our responsibility. And it's not really related to the Nunavut Planning Commission work that we are discussing. Yes, thank you for your direct response. As Bapan region residents, we will really need to make a plan for our future on caribou, because when you think about the past, there used to be an abundance of caribou, and there's less and less caribou, and our population is growing. And we have to try to find other ways to provide food. So we'll really need to make a plan for the future. Thank you for responding accordingly to my question. Thank you. That's the question I wanted to pose. That's it for me, Mr. Chair. Jitalu has wanted to comment too. Jitalu Qikiqtani Abekaluit HTO. I have a question, maybe to forward, or it might not be related. My question is, since Iqaluit has a quota and it has to open in July, but last spring, due to the ice, it was behind. My question is, since they finished the quota, there is a requirement I wonder if you're taking all of this information into consideration so that you can take action on what next steps you'll be working on. Because when we need the information, sometimes no one's speaking out on the information that we need, that you need to share with us.
This topic can also be discussed at later time. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. These questions are welcome. I'm not going to leave them unanswered. Your question, perhaps, if they're not within the draft plan, that information can be discussed at your organizational meeting levels. We'll be able to send delegations when communities request that departmental staff attend these meetings to give information to answer your questions that are not related to the draft land use plan. So we'll leave it at that. As of now, it's our policy that we have a policy where only males caribou can be heard under Baffin Island Caribou Management Plan. And staff from the Environment Department can be sent to the communities if you have concern outside the plan here.
Henry Mike Panatumi. That graph you had showing about caribou herds and where they travel in the Qikiqtani region, I found, well, from my observance, I gave you a broader view of what lands should be protected for that reason. My question is, do you intend to research and collect the same data about caribous on Baffin Island.
Qikiqtani, with any of our herds, we try and use our best survey methods as possible. For Baffin Island herd, to get a map similar to what you just saw on those where it had the various collars, there's a couple of factors we need to be aware of. We deem that Baffin Island caribou are so low that it would not make sense to put a collar to any of the Baffin Island caribou. Second, during our caribou management and polar bear management, there's a huge outcry from our Baffin Island HTOs and the public that collaring of any wildlife is not acceptable. We try and respect that. We try and use collaring where it's acceptable by communities that are close to our surveys. So we look at the various survey methods and we try and get the best scientific information. What you witnessed here is on the map that showed where all the collar, that's a long-term collaring program that's have taken place in that area.
Ya, Qikiqtani.
Ati Kinalo. Thank you. I am HTO Representative Pon Inlet, Elijah. It has not been discussed in detail on a research on animals, and over the years there have been researches on many species. I know there's it's a short question. Communities have different animals, and our hunting methods are different as well. I know we have discussed this in each local HTO. Research information that are given to us. And we have discussed many aspects of researches in the communities. There is no local authority in terms of how we want our community or our animals to be regulated. We are never given voices, and this has to start changing. Perhaps we should participate. We are just informed the species declining. These species are declining. This is all we're hearing lately. What about working with us, working with researchers? This can't easily be done. More authority, more voices given to local HTOs, local communities. This idea is so that we could locally, carefully, successfully participate in management using IQ. This is also, this is not in public hearing agenda. If you are concerned about your concern, we're not discussing CODA. we are not discussing CODA. Thank you. Thank you. Brian Qikiqtani, Arctic Bay. The research, when it first was starting to come into the community, especially on caribou, and at the time we hunted a lot of male caribou when we have quotas. Arctic Bay has been harvesting caribou that are not of Baffin Island herd. These caribou were harvested in mainland Canada. What indications are there in population on mainland and Qikiqtani? This is also can be discussed locally and with GN officials. I know he can answer you now, but I prefer that he will stick to draft land use plan. Thank you, Chair. Philip Manek, Resolute Bay. Our herd, has there been in research to Nunavut government since 1960. There has been a lot of researches, even up to today, looking at our herd. Is there statistics on number and calving ground? The island caribous are called Prairie caribou. There has been researches, and we have some details on it, but not today. As of today, we have no idea where their calving grounds are. And I think we have 3 researches on this subject. The statistics will appear eventually, and they were endangered species according to the federal government. Their habitat, their calving grounds are perhaps in statistics of federal government. They were labeled endangered. Prairie caribou from Resolute Bay area to Cambridge Bay. There is not a whole lot of documents. I don't think we have passed this information on to Nunavut Planning Commission for their planning purposes. The Baffin Island caribou I think the person who done most of research, perhaps towards the end of the hearing, you can speak to him directly on a condition of Baffin Island caribou, and we have them. He have them recorded in his laptop, and information will be had. Any questions? Thank you. Jacoby Maliki, Iglulik HTO. Our caribou needs, our herd near us needs to be protected. Maybe I didn't understand your presentation. The mining companies are being said for a lot, despite our needs for protection of these species. Perhaps this is not correct. Here's my comment in the past. There were exploration company which should be document in your systems. An exploration company have said they have worked with helicopters, airplane, and how they zoom over the herd just to watch how they are disturbing the herd. Maybe it's not happening now. When I was younger, they were working in our region. The aircraft were concerned with it. We were in one of the islands. I went up the hill and I saw an aircraft. I think when he saw people, he stopped disturbing by flying so low, just up to agitate the herd, maybe to look at. I believe at that time it was not the first incident. We want protection. We want protection of the herd. It's not a question related to the public hearing. You could also discuss this directly with the department, the floor. Thank you. The comment you made, the caribou protection measures, we did not say we don't want protection to the caribou. We said we will have protection measures if need be. We could do it in many other ways to make this happen. By Department of Environment 1.1. We have authority to go after anybody under this particular section if caribou is being harassed, bothered, or endangered. This is a very strong section and we can use it to a full extent. If we hear of any incidents going on like this, bathers in Cambridge, Qikiqtani, and other herds, we try to give tags, and this, Inuk, I understand, like many of you, I don't want to live by quotas, but we have agreed that this should be implemented. Here it says, we showed slide 8, we were saying the caribou, in relation to the caribou, we indicated we know where their location is. We merely said that the green protected areas, if they want to do within these protected areas, suppose you want to build a road as hamlet or roads to be built by mining companies in a green protected area. the mining companies, the linear infrastructures were discussed, and we gave that to Nunavut Planning Commission. We understood what they have done in terms of linear infrastructures. There is, we were saying that we understand where people are coming from when it comes to protection measures. We merely indicated some of the green areas, protected areas should be coded to maybe yellow. Suppose you were to build a dam, someone requested to build a dam, everybody would have their say if anyone wished to do this particular project. NERB would be involved, Nunavut Water Board would be involved. So there are many measures that can be used instead of just protection area. Yeah, as government, we like to protect the caribou, but at the same time, we could say there is room to move around to make changes. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. James Kilauk, Qikiqtani Wildlife Board Chair. I just want clarification. You mentioned in Baffin Island calving grounds. You said that there might be calving ground. The indication could be wrong locations. In Baffin Island, you said it could be changed. In a Baffin Island policies that I don't think we have fully made. Nunavut Planning Commission, I don't think we have fully mentioned yet how we want these protection areas to be handled.
To the first question, the calving grounds in the Baffin region, we know of the calving grounds, but we're in a stage of submitting these to Nunavut Planning Commission, but they're not finalized. We have not submitted them yet, but we work closely. Qikiqtani Wildlife Management Board, we're on constant contact. The Nunavut Wildlife Management Board are the ones that receive the submissions after the size of caribou on Baffin. So I cannot really say, but the animals that have been studied that are more relevant to Baffin are not complete. We have less information. In Qikiqtani and Qikiqtani, the caribou we have been studied for a very long time. So we are in a better position to submit these where the calving grounds are and so forth. That's the comment I want to make. Thank you. Thank you. Any further comments from the floor? I believe there are none. Alan, we have written submissions or questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Alan Blair, Legal Counsel to the Planning Commission. Thank you for your presentation today, gentlemen, and thank you for the hard work of the Department of Environment for the Government of Nunavut. I'm sure many of you know how much of that data that they've put into this process has been welcomed by everyone. The questions I have from other participants relate directly to what we were all doing exactly a year ago. Exactly a year ago in March of 2016, we had a technical workshop sponsored by the Commission, and it was devoted exclusively to caribou. Really in the midst of that workshop, the government reversed its position from protecting caribou to abandoning a protection strategy, and the questions come from a number of participants on that point. One question is, can you explain the basis for the government of Nunavut's March 2016 reversal of position on protection of caribou calving and post-calving areas? How was input from the GN Department of Environment and other staff and input from communities used to develop this new position?
Tigo.
Thank you. And thank you for providing the advanced written questions that allowed us to have a draft response for each of them. The government's approach to the Nunavut Land Use Plan is based on its policies, priorities, jurisdiction, as well as its broad Sivumon Ablota approach to sustainable development. The government of Nunavut has a large group of interdepartmental technical experts reviewing Nunavut Planning Commission's draft plans, providing feedback in forms of technical recommendations. Those recommendations are reviewed by additional overview of Committee of the Government of Nunavut-wide senior management to ensure they are reflective of our government's long-term Sivumut Ablokta vision. The government of Nunavut has not held consultations specifically to support its technical recommendations to the Nunavut Planning Commission for its 2016 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. This isn't envisioned in the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement Article 11 process for drafting land use plan, and would also be logistically infeasible given that this drafting process and its requirements and deadlines, it's outlined by the Commission. However, the Government of Nunavut recommendations are grounded in its policies and priorities, which are heavily consulted and founded in the IQ principles. Furthermore, the decision to approve the Nunavut draft Nunavut Land Use Plan will be made by our elected officials.
Thank you. Thank you. Your leading researcher was asked to respond last March to the change of government policy, and I'm paraphrasing his answer slightly. I don't have the direct quote, but the answer is basically that changes in politics and policy don't change biology. Were you present for the technical hearing? Did you hear that response, that the biology isn't changed by policy or politics?
Matigo.
I was not at the hearing itself, and I did read, thanks to the transcripts provided by the Nunavut Planning Commission. I read every one of the comments that were made during the March 2016 technical hearing. Our government has not changed its position, nor the government does not question our research abilities and our research information that they provide to us. Our government's change in this position was about not going to prohibition, but to going to special management to allow for case-by-case review of each potential development projects. I hope that does answer the written question. Qikiqtani.
Qikiqtani.
Thank you. So to be clear, it's the government's position, the government's policy, that all caribou issues can be managed through special management areas, and none of Nunavut is required to have a protected area strategy?
I'll have to probably get a formal written response directed to that question, and I'd be happy to provide that in a written format. Just to be clear, or clearer on how our government position stands on this, it's our government is and will remain adamant that protection of caribou is the management of this government, and there are other processes such as the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, which oversees all wildlife. We go through that process, and if there are critical areas, habitat areas that need protection, our government, under Section 141 of our Wildlife Act, can and will enforce any habitat critical to caribou. What we are saying is, when it comes to caribou calving grounds and post-calving grounds and crossings, under the Nunavut Planning Commission's draft land use plan, is that the word protection that you use, we don't want those to be in there. We want them under the special management to allow for case by case. I hope, if I'm not clear on this, I hope that our government's written submission would clarify any of the questions that's been asked in a written format. Qikiqtani.
Ya, Qikiqtani, ya. Ilagay ako man ako biyo later, titakag ko isang pibakalang tawani Sunday. Apa yung kakana ko nalato ni Loman. Ya, Qikiqtani, Alan?
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. And just as a follow-up, you mentioned in your submissions, and now just an answer to my question, reliance on the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board as a parallel process to look at these issues of caribou. Is that what I take from your comments?
Where's my lawyer? Yes.
So I'd like to read to you what the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board said in its written submissions to us, and this is, you can find on our websites. The Nunavut Wildlife Management Board has recommended that the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan prohibit industrial activities within identified caribou calving and post-calving grounds. A map depicting the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board's position is attached to their submissions, including key access corridors leading to and from the calving grounds, regardless of the area's mineral potential. Now they go on, their submissions are quite lengthy, but it seems clear that they're supporting the current plan's use of a protected area strategy, and I just wanted to confirm that you were relying on their position to help guide the government of Nunavut's position. Thank you.
Ape kaumat Nunavut Wildlife Management Board kun titirak simayangan nin ikayoktokat takia kiu madlugo titirak simayat tigut ukbago nammene Nunavut government ko kano tasimo misano tekuna tukisiga tiakan na sagun na nasuta amlo sakiya kapat sakitikan na kakot sakitikan na napugo kisene mana istiwarlunga o kakon nangitunga Nunavut umayla trakut titirak simayangan ni ikayoktoponga ikayoktungipunga kisene tapane titirak simagatailis nun amalo ajigi itune panay valeti lusi Nunavut government ko kano isumum matakia Tana atuin nakudlugo koyan naming isibota.
Kuyanamik, Atigo. Alan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to indicate I'm mindful of the time going by. I have more questions in writing, but I would like to just ask one more if I may, and then perhaps further questions if there's still time. Sir, you're familiar with the draft plan and quoted the percentage areas within the regions of Nunavut that were set aside in the current draft plan as a protected area. You recall going through those percentages? I'm sure you do. I don't need you to read them again, but my question is, my question is, what percentage does the government of Nunavut see should be protected? I have 0, or at least close to 0. I don't see that you're suggesting that a protected area strategy has any place in the plan. Thank you.
Atigo.
Koyanamik, I don't have an actual percentage of what the government would deem as protected areas, but what I do want to acknowledge is that there are at least 17% of our lands are under some form of protected areas, be it be the national parks, our territorial parks, our wildlife refuge, our migratory birds. You add those up, there's at least 17% within this territory that are protected through some form of legislation. And if we need to protect more, and I mentioned that the Lancaster Sound marine protected area is what should be coming. If that happens, then that's another form of protection. So I don't want to put a percentage on how much needs to be protected for this territory, but I do know in terms of areas that are protected by various either territorial or federal legislation, it is very close to 17%. And for our federal government, as you probably have heard, they're also looking at further conservation areas, be it beyond the land or marine. And I also should put a qualifier that we are currently under negotiations on our lands or on the Crown lands to have control and administration of them. And it should be our government to make those decisions. And it's wanted to make that clearer.
Kuyanamik, we still have time.
I can continue, but I would like you to, if you wouldn't mind going around the floor. I don't need to be monopolizing the microphone. So.
Okay. I'll ask again. Mangan pitakakat apakudasamin. Atigo Percy.
Ila namola ako niya ko kata. Una lolak sa nitagwan. Tayo man naligumatoy na kama.
Kuyanamik. Apa yung kakana mo ba? Tamangan? Atigo Peter?
Tukihinaktumik Persia kaktok. Tari ublu nuna ublu atugo yari akan ningan na kanuin na mga teman na hana cede akun ninga ato kaptigo. Umayul kayin ulu government ulu tukanga yun aksap ukaw he kadakapta tema.
Kuyanamik. Tamang atigo public.
Niko we uman lito nga.
Yep. Pitakapaling yung malaman. Apangan, apagayo ka umapat. Suli, apaksok binga. Oh, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If protected areas are not established through the current land use planning process for protecting the most important caribou habitats, such as core caribou calving grounds, will the government of Nunavut recommend to the Nunavut Impact Review Board that no mineral exploration and mining activities be approved in these areas? And the follow-up is, if not, will the GN commit to investing substantial resources in developing a comprehensive system of mobile protection measures for exploration and mining projects across Nunavut? I can repeat that if it's too long. Thank you.
Ate, kiyong mo kubiyo.
That was the third and final written question that we had prepared for. Hopefully, if not, we'll have to get busy writing again. In our January submission to the government of Nunavut, the government of Nunavut did not recommend mobile protection measures in its context of the draft Nunavut land use plan. Our research in these measures is ongoing, and we cannot support what might hypothetically be in the future iteration of the draft Nunavut land use plan. The government of Nunavut development in these habitats on a case-by-case preliminary research into caribou mobile protection measures has already occurred and will continue. We'll give you a formal written response on that. It's taking two separate written questions there.
Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. And trust me, sir, I can well appreciate being handed many pieces of paper. And if I may, you answered the third question, and it was the second question I asked. So thank you for your answer, sir. You answered a question clearly, number 3 on my list, about mobile protection measures. So thank you. The record can show that you're answering a question on mobile protection measures. So thank you for that. The question that I'd read previously was really about the GN's position in recommending to NERB that there would be no mineral exploration or mining activities in those areas if there's no protected area. I hope that helps you. Thank you.
Atigo, yeah.
Hey, there's way too many people at times, but I am very thankful that we have a number of staff that can help me write a lot of these in our government and the support that we get from our government. For the question 2, what I'll do is I'll read our draft response, and we would formally submit it to the Nunavut Planning Commission. The government of Nunavut supports development in these habitats on a case-by-case. Preliminary research into caribou mobile protection measures have already occurred and will continue. The government of Nunavut will continue to actively participate as an interveners in the Nunavut Impact Review Board screening and environmental assessment, recommending appropriate mitigation measures on a case-by-case basis. No, the government of Nunavut is not going to oppose every mineral exploration and mining activities within its delineated core caribou calving ground. More research needs to occur to clearly scope and define mobile protection measures in order for the GN, for the government and Nunavut resource commitments to be made. I hope that answers question number 2 and part of number 3.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Does that last policy position square with your internal biologist's position?
The last position regarding the mobile protection? If it's about the mobile protection, we are, as I stated, we are we need more research on it in order to say yay or nay on it. But at this point, we are not using mobile protection.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. When you say that we need more study on mobile protection measures in, for example, core caribou calving, is that the government's position, and is that distinctly different from your own internal experts' position, which seemed to be everything I've read from your Department of Environment's position that core caribou should have protection, a protected area, not sufficiently protected by mobile protection measures. So is there a disconnect between your Department of Environment and the government's formal position? Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to say there is no disconnect. I am going to say we are a huge organization and that we rely on our wildlife experts, we rely on our economic development experts, we rely on our mineral experts. Our wildlife folks and our mineral folks are all in what I mentioned here, is that we do have a huge technical committee that works towards responding to the Nunavut land use plan. We could and have difference of interpretation, and we could and have different information come in at different forms. And this is what's great about this land use plan is in March, technical caribou hearing, this government was able to make a change in our position. If we were so structured in any way and not being able to make any kind of changes in our position, depends on how this government operates, then it'd be difficult to hold hearings on how this changes. So I just wanted to make a statement that we rely on people, our communities, our wildlife officials, our experts in any field, our senior management, and through that, our elected officials get a chance to make these very tough decisions, and I appreciate for them to make their tough decisions and our ability as senior managers to try and carry out that message. But I don't want to get into a debate of whether our wildlife management, our wildlife research, what they submitted and what we submit today, how those two are different. Those I can address more formally through, because I would want my technical team to review that question very clearly, carefully, and respond appropriately.
Charlie, want to ask questions? You want to go again, or your last one?
Certainly my last one. Thank you. Thank you. Can you indicate how long, I'll start again. Many participants have spoken to the Commission and expressed the point of view that until there is a land use plan, there's no protection for caribou. It's just mixed use really everywhere. Applications can be brought and there's no specific delineation, description of calving grounds that are protected. And so the Commission has heard do something, protect some caribou rather than no protection, which is where people have described the current state is. So the question is, how long would it take to study and determine whether protected areas, if they were brought into a plan, were having a positive effect on caribou herds? Now that might be a question for a biologist, but the question is, if there were to be protected areas, do your people have any idea of how long it would take to get data that says, okay, there's a positive effect? And is that something, a temporary measure protecting caribou, that the GN would support? Thank you.
We'll have to take that into advisement and respond appropriately. I don't have that immediate response for that. But I do want to stress that for the purpose of this land use plan, what we're advocating when it comes to the caribou habitat at this point in time is that the commission considers this as a special management, not necessarily as protected area as defined by Nunavut Planning Commission. It might be, there's different interpretation of what is protected and what is special management. Might be good if the commission can revisit and to the original presentation to clearly define what protection is under the Nunavut land use, draft Nunavut land use plan, which will allow us, which is, seems like as a government, we're not trying to protect caribou. We are the authority to protect caribou, and we will do that through our legislative process. So I just want to bring that back to the commission.
Thank you for that answer. I'm just thinking that that last suggestion, sir, is a very good one that might stimulate our Sunday night discussion. And I think I heard you say, so staff hears this as well, put the maps up on the wall again, protected, special management, and maybe that's a good starting point if we have time on Sunday night. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie?
Charlie Anga of Quebec from Nunavut Planning. I do try to think of the other participants to give them time, but I would like to say, because there are many wildlife, not just caribou, sea mammals as well. The plants and what has been marked by Inuit on the maps, what have been indicated by Inuit in the communities about the important and special places. They are all related particularly to wildlife habitat. If they come to hardship and they are requesting funding, would you look after them? Or would you prioritize mining development first? And I would like to say to you, since I hear a lot of people who have been seated here speaking, including government officials. Thank you. No, that is a really good question. What was shared by the communities we listened to, and there are different divisions who look after wildlife, terrestrial mammals, sea mammals, and other wildlife. Birds, migratory birds, is looked after by the federal government. We look after a particular area. And in the future, we do hope that Nunavut government will look after all divisions for each wildlife. Everything that has been shared by the communities, we were happy to hear about. And when there was a review done, and I think I heard if there's any action taken on, for example, on the green parts that are marked on, and also about protected areas, what they have requested to be protected areas. If we were to mark everything in green, and we do know that there are going to be protected areas, where the snow geese habitat, fishing places, if they want to establish linear infrastructure in some areas, if they wish to make plans and we submit it to NPC, we would have to go to another chapter to make revisions. I hope we're all clear on this. The reason why we do not want everything marked in green is because we can collaboratively work together on this, because mineral and oil companies, we look at them equally. We're not going to go after one company. We're not going to be in support of only one company that is interested in development. And we are very appreciative of the information that has been shared here so that we are better informed. Last one, this will be the last one because we're almost, our time's almost up. He will be the last one to comment because you can submit a written question. I can't really understand anymore. When we did presentations about our Inuit-owned lands and calving grounds, we do not want it disturbed. And since there are other wildlife in those areas like polar bears, and we all know our areas closer to our communities, and it sounds like what we're sharing with you is not being believed. What I'm hearing is what you're saying is more believable than what we've had to say to inform you. My question is, do you believe what we're saying or what we're sharing is even useful? Because I don't understand anymore. We have said that not just in written form, and also Inuit oral history and scientific knowledge is what we'll be considering, even if they're not in written form, like even if they haven't been recorded in the past. I want you to know, I want to reassure you that we will consider everything. The information that has been shared through maps from the communities, for example, wildlife sanctuaries, calving grounds, we have heard clearly. And the maps that are going to be set up through NPC, what I'm trying to say is, can you please mark some areas, not just in green, so we have room for development if anything comes up in the future. For example, if it's in the Bapan region while we are making plans, then we can collaboratively work together. And we are always going to have room to make revisions, working together along with our scientific experts. So I just want to say that I am not being biased. Yes, thank you for your excellent presentation and accurate responses. Our time's up. Thank you to the government representatives. You will have a chance to ask further questions on Sunday, and you can submit your written questions. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Temato 20 minutes and 10 minutes.
QIA will be giving presentation As always, 20 minutes, 10-minute question period. Al? Good evening, Inuit commissioners. We're here to be making a presentation, especially the HTOs. I'm glad we're able to participate and speed up your process. Thank you for inviting us to the public hearing. The plan in process and IPGs are truly an organization that will participate and include Inuit. I know the work has a lot of hard works are put into this, especially current and the past commissioners and staff. To my left is Stephen Longstale, Steve McLean. I'm going to make a brief presentation, then hand it on to Stephen. He has been our main person to this project. I have and others worked hard for this event to happen. We participated over the years, even today, to be part of the process. We always try to include ourselves for the future planning of for us. These are the planning commission created by Inuit and the communities. This is real. It's important. And communities will be greatly impacted beneficially, especially in terms of wildlife. This is a draft. It touches everything on draft land use plan and exploration. As Inuit regional organizations, when we do work for our constituents, this is an area where we know the territory, it's our land. We also know that the economic factor is important. Inuit in the community, especially the communities, especially HTOs, your contribution is greatly appreciated to this process. We have taken every avenue to come to this point. It's a great deal to me because people who are invited are represented. It's impressive that 3 representatives are sent to this final hearing or public hearing. They're our fellow Inuit and their needs have to be addressed. So speaking together, communicating is a huge advantage. We use vocal communications rather than write it and give it to us sort of thing. It weighs heavily on the importance of this process. Some have said you might be heading the wrong way, but these are the side observers. And even on climate change was important. It appears not, but it is, for an example. The draft land use plan is going in the right direction. There are always questions, there's always improvements, and this is the place to do it at a public hearing. Are they equally given voice and to express themselves? It will impact the communities and Inuit, and impact will be heavy. Inuit in the communities know their localities best, and what they want is usually best to pay attention to, rather than people from looking outside and deciding for each community. The plan today has been long coming. For this week, for those who are here to voice their concerns, are very important, and they're doing an important work. But I think other smaller communities at this public hearing, I think this is the first time that they've heard of this, and I think they will want to continue it. I think they will go back to their communities and explain the process to their communities. For those who are here, give this plan back to your communities. It involves your communities and your wildlife, and for our future. This is important under Nunavut Agreement. You, as Nunavut Planning Commission, your job is important. You're creating for something for the future that have benefits. So I encourage you to continue. I just want to remind you that you use your language in this public hearing. Let the communities participate in their own language under this plan. Work with them. And we all have heard and indicated that is important. We can work and plan things together and come out with a plan suitable to Inuit people and to their lifestyle and to their culture as we plan for our future. Nunavut Planning Commission, you started consulting in 1912. Many has participated, and QIA was fully supporting you right at the beginning, and you went to the communities and asked directly, what do you think? What do you want done? And the communities should have this say, rightfully so. Communities should are important, and they gladly participated, and even today at this stage discuss it and go back to the communities and stress the importance that they are affected in their daily lives in a real way and are impacted. For instance, we are looking at mapping. We are shown diagrams, and it goes way beyond that. What's shown here, it has to be a reality.
When financial support may be required to make sure that we are confident that the land use plan will make sense for Inuit as well as we move forward in that process. As QIA has stressed in the past, we strongly believe that the draft land use plan needs to be brought back to the communities for broader discussion before it's finalized. Without full, informed, and meaningful consultation, we cannot be certain that this land use plan reflects those priorities and values. There are a number of issues that have been identified by the regional Inuit associations, in particular to QIA, as well as NTI, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, throughout this process. One of the key issues that's come up that we strongly feel is the caribou protection. That's been obviously discussed very heavily throughout these sessions. The Qikiqtani Inuit Association believe in full protection for caribou and supports the creation of protected areas for caribou. I want to be clear, caribou protection is one of our key priorities when it comes to development of the land use plan.
It's been 2 years since 2015 that QIA board has passed a resolution related to this caribou protection at especially the calving areas. It's important to us. We've discussed it and we have said this is how we want it done, and it's closely coincide with the presentation made to you in this public hearing in alignment to QIA Forest creating a resolution, caribou protection
Efforts as supported by the communities. We are pleased that these commitments are acknowledged in these discussions. QIA has a significant number of established protected areas.
There are protection areas, and for the protection of Inuit, this is their own way of indicating their own knowledge that have created these areas. And we want them, the communities, to fully participate in our environment protection.
We strongly feel that the process is not yet done. These hearings should be open space that allow for discussion and the voicing of concerns in accordance with Inuit tradition. Silence or not objecting should not be interpreted as acceptance from the affected communities. Limited consultation, written questions, and strict time limits may help move the process forward, but they are less likely to produce good results. That's going to work for all of us, and in particular to Inuit. We ask NPC to seriously consider returning to the communities to present this draft 2016 land use plan. The Inuit of Qikiqtani are not rushing the NPC to finish the process.
We want this process to be done carefully because it's going to affect us. In conclusion, I would like to say many people have worked on this draft plan, and people from the communities are participating and being informed. So this is an advantage even to today, which is knowing the plan. There are researchers and others, especially the elders, are participating, and I'm happy that they are giving a chance. And this is for the future. It's I will now hand it on to Mr. Lonsdale, Mr. Chair. Kuya Namik. Lonsdale, nguyunga. Stephen Lonsdale, Qikiqtani. Manaw yok okang neaktil lunga kablunata okang neagama.
I understand that we're quite limited for time, and I will try to get through my presentation as quick as I can, and but knowing that I may be asked to slow down because of translation. I just want to say that it's been a lot of hard work to stay informed on all these various issues with the land use plan. And to understand all the many details involved is quite challenging at times. And one of the harder things to do has been to bring up and push a lot of these issues on such a big public stage. And for someone just coming into the process, like many other people here this week, it can be quite intimidating. Cameras are rolling, everything you say is being recorded, and it will be analyzed by everyone around you. We're all here trying to help make a good land use plan for Nunavut. I have seen a certain level of reservation or hesitance in some of my fellow presenters. For a process that has been described as informal, it looks and feels quite formal. And it is definitely complicated. Sometimes we may feel uncertain how to participate in such an atmosphere. And this is something foreign, and big adjustments have had to be made in order for participants to be able to take part. We want the participants here to be active participants in the process. When I hear people asked if you agree with the designations, it was a very direct yes or no approval. And I'm concerned when you have to answer right there on the spot on very complex issues with many intricacies and many layers. So does this draft land use plan truly reflect your community's priorities and values? I've heard how important it is to have adequate protection for wildlife, on how more protection is needed for caribou, but I haven't heard enough detail on the engagement with the draft land use plan or its designations, or even the conditions proposed within those designations. There simply has not been much discussion on those fine details. And we're not really being given an opportunity to discuss those. The times are very strict. And so anytime there's any fluid conversation about to occur, it does get cut off. So these are just, the point just being that it's rushed and we just feel there's not enough time. There are a number of issues that QIA has raised jointly with NTI and the other RIAs, and some of them are the need for IIBAs for key bird habitat sites, the need to respect Inuit goals and objectives for IOL, the importance of protecting caribou and calving grounds, community areas of interest, but the overarching issue that QIA has pushed for most is the need for adequate and effective community consultation. And this is why we ask that this plan be brought back to communities. QIA has always supported the need for more in-depth consultation so that there is more awareness and understanding of the land use plan. So there is opportunity for engaged discussions to be able to support, to challenge or change the plan accordingly, and to influence the process, not just to say, do you like this protected area, yes or no? We want to be able to have participants influence the process to understand when and where that authority, that power within community voices can be plugged in. So we are not in agreement with those yes or no questions. And how many people here might say more after they heard communities talk about an issue? I've heard several concerns on that where the expectations were not clear of certain participants, and it was only afterward that things started to click. And I think this is just an issue from the beginning about expectations and how those expectations need to be clearly conveyed at the beginning to say this is what is expected of you. And honestly to say that, this is your authority, meaning you are the ultimate authority, really, when it comes to this plan. There's more power in these words than anyone around here can express. Because you might have noticed that when you're speaking, everyone frantically writes because everything you say is extremely important. And I think that message needed to be conveyed right from the beginning.
Thank you. Your time is up. We will have a 10-minute question period each. Are there any questions from the panel? There are no hands raised. Maybe myself. I just want to point out on part of what you said. Since I have been saying on Sunday we will have more room to ask questions, and so that everyone has equal opportunity to speak, so that no one's left out for the participants who have come from all over. We don't want one group having more chance to speak and the other group not having enough chance to speak. When we did our opening, I believe you weren't here at the time. You're a chairperson. I'm sure you have other commitments to look after and have many responsibilities. And we had said in the beginning that this plan has been worked on for a long time now. It wasn't started just yesterday, and they have been preparing this plan. And they did community visits, our staff, to hold sessions. And they started some time ago, and just recently, just last year, they went to the communities. They visited the regions, but they did have participants fly into the communities that they visited. And being that, I don't have a lot to say on what you spoke about. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to respond a little bit. We have been here the whole time. Although I wasn't here the whole time, our staff has been here observing the hearing. And this is very important to us as QIA representatives. We have always indicated this is very important and our responsibilities, and we do know that you did visit the communities, and we have been working really hard because this will have to be owned by Inuit. I don't want to be against anyone, and I just want to reiterate that it will have to be owned by Inuit when it's going to be used as a plan for the future, to be used in the future. About the concerns that we've been hearing, we have been continuing to write down everything that have been voiced. So I just wanted to point that out, Mr. Chair. Peter would like to ask a question.
Peter Alaria, NPC. Listening to comments, from my understanding, the work we're doing have to move forward. That's my understanding. However, the other comment made, or one of the individuals he didn't mentions that, how shall I say this? To parts of your comment, do you have support somewhere? I'm not really clear as are, are you here to tell us that QIA wishes wants this to develop further? To your question, Mr. Olarek, good question. We support those, but we feel it has to go back to the community. I apologize if you misunderstood me, but we'll have to give it back to the people because we wouldn't want people to agree with these without fully understanding it because it will affect our future. One of our reasons also is I don't think we should be rushing the final stage. Because our goal as QIAs is to have the best possible plan achieved. Yes, sometimes we cannot achieve our goals in a rapid manner, but sometimes we have to think ahead to ensure a good progress is made. Just to be clear, Mr. Alaya. Mr. Putulik. I did ask that question to the government, similar question. Perhaps going back to Ben Kovic's comments regarding protection of caribou and the need to have good management with the support of communities and looking ahead that we need good management and that like anything that is stated a goal progresses. But from Qikiqtani's perspective, what steps would you take, or what is your opinion on the event or stages? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to a comment, a good question. QIA board worked very hard towards this at its initial stages when caribou were being discussed on calving grounds and so forth. If I understood your question properly, what our position is that your question? Perhaps if you can clarify your question. Yes. If you cannot respond right away, you may always respond by way of letter, and we'll have more opportunity on Sunday. Yes. Okay, I get it, Mr. Chairman. But looking at it, calving grounds seriously to post calving grounds. These were the priorities, and it's very similar to QW, KEWB, NWMB, and Chesterfield Upwet, Baker Lake, and Whale Cove. A very similar position. So a motion was made concerning the importance or the big value people place on caribou in the Baffin region, especially at this time when there's a moratorium. And I think that was stressed in view of our future generation. So we have provided that motion to you, and concerning caribou, when you had a conference, we worked very hard along with Mr. Lonsdale of the importance of this issue. Perhaps that answers your question? Percy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Percy Kabluna from NPC. If more financial support was given, perhaps we can go up much further, but finances are limited. We cannot get financing from any place. We have a limited budget. For the past 12 years, this has been developed, and we have to realize too, people who are elected or appointed are constantly changing, and that makes it perhaps a little more confusing. I think that's more of a statement. Any question from invited delegates? Although time is pretty much up. Gitalo. Mr. Chairman, Gitalo Kake from Ekaluit, HTO. I may say something a little more negative, but the question I want to raise for your note, perhaps as an example, the potential mines in the future and things that are yet to come. As an example, here in Iqaluit, we've had a lot of activity with helicopters utilized to see quarries, soapstone quarries. And we focus on what further support can be given to artists and carvers. As we know, this has been an effort, but I want to ask a question where that is. Perhaps not just I who's asking that question, but I'm asking the question based on questions I have. I don't think the comment is really directed at you, but you wish to comment? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A good question, Gitalo, with respect to quarry sites, because we also deal with it. Perhaps that's a question that can be asked to our office and not here. I think Palnay Yeet NPC are pretty clear on the issue to the topic, but I think your question could be directed to our administration. Thank you. Last comment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, just by way of explanation to everybody present, we have quite a few questions pre-submitted to the RIAs. We won't have a chance to get through them, so I'll just select a question. On the maps, the green areas, the protected areas, have no legal effect until the plan becomes an approved plan. So it's a draft. So it's hypothetical. There's no protection in those areas currently. For the last 2 days, we've had the community representatives adding with the pointer, making those areas larger, saying that with the local knowledge, there should be expansion of many of the protected areas, particularly around their communities. Those suggestions are welcomed in terms of additional information, but they also have no legal effect. So I want to get to the point of the question, which is consultation, which is of course useful, but until the plan is approved, none of these protections are valid. They don't operate. So my question is, we've heard from the communities almost unanimously that they want the protections outlined expanded, and they want the protections to be real as it relates to caribou habitat as my example, and they want them to be soon and not in the distant future. So the question is, does QIA support the communities requests for protected areas now by moving this plan forward, as opposed to being delayed with future consultations, recognizing that the plan is a living document and can evolve. So a plan now or just more talk? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I actually am at odds with your reasoning of consultation being useful. I think it's necessary. I think there's a big difference in terms of that perspective. There's still processes in place in terms of the protections and through the regulatory process, and I'll use Clark's as an example where there's different measures in place in terms of any development that wishes to happen in the meantime. But that's not to say we're against going forward now. I think we have to definitely ensure that the people that are going to be most impacted actually understand what they're agreeing to, actually have an opportunity to see the changes on the recommendations they've made during those consultations that happened before. And I think that's the stresses that I'm bringing out in terms of making sure that the people that are going to live with the document understand the document that's being signed and being put forward. And I think it's not a matter of whether we want to stall it or not. It's just ensuring that Inuit have the opportunity to be able to comprehend the vast changes that are about to happen, because this is going to be the roadmap for the future in terms of what exploration could happen and where. And I think that's the essence of why we strongly feel that consultation is necessary. And I don't mean to, because I think you use useful in terms of that consultation, but I think it's definitely necessary, and that the underlying question comes whether there's adequate consultation or not. And I think the Inuit oral and the cultural aspects behind it, and actually it's what's in the land claims in terms of there has to be weighty consideration in terms of the oral tradition, and I think it was referenced earlier, and I think that's the essence of why we're saying that. So I thank you for that question.
Thank you very much for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think we've reached our time. Y'all have plenty to ask further questions on Sunday or by way of written submissions. Thank you for an excellent presentation and responses, QIA. Thank you. Perhaps we can wrap up now and resume again at 6 o'clock. Yes, we'll resume again at 6.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing Mike Ferguson and I to make a presentation where with Qikiqtani Wildlife Board. I will keep my comments very brief. The presentations from federal government, Nunavut government, especially Baffin HTOs, they probably are thinking what their options would be. There are areas that Inuit wanted to protect it, and it was strengthened by QIA. Thank you. And they were mentioned and how they are in favor of protection. I know you've been doing this for a while. You have few years for preparation, doing the draft land use plan. Communities have participated in their immediate areas for what they want protected and so forth. Thank you. These are in line with NA, and Qikiqtani HTOs are numerous, and they have indicated how they felt about their communities, and they indicated so in the last few days. Last spring, we were here at a pre-hearing, and many organizations have been given a lot of chance to have an input, and as a result, most of it is in draft land use plan. So I'll hand it on to Mike Ferguson.
Okay. Thank you, James. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to be here to present on the behalf of the QWB. We all recognize the mammoth task that NPC has been given and the long time it's taken to reach this point. I will speak mainly to IQ knowledge that's available to be incorporated into the plan for the Qikiqtani region. To give you some background on who I am, I moved to Iqaluit in 1981. I lived in Iqaluit until 1988. I was hired by the government of NWT as the Baffin regional biologist. I continued in that role after I moved to Pond Inlet in 1988, and I continued in that position until 2005 for 24 years. I am new to the NPC process. My first involvement was to assist the QWB in June of 2016 in a caribou habitat mapping workshop that they held. And then I was hired in my current position as wildlife advisor on January 3rd of this year. And in 10 days, I had to prepare, with the help of Jackie Price and Jason Mickey, QWB's written submission to the NPC. So that's the extent of my involvement in NPC processes so far. Slide. Baffin caribou and high Arctic prairie caribou do not fit into the migratory forest tundra caribou of the mainland. They behave differently, and I confronted this when I first took my job in 1981, because the procedures and methodologies used by biologists that were inherited from the mainland did not work on Baffin Island. So I decided that I had to learn from different experts. So I started traveling with hunters to collect caribou specimens and to learn what they knew. And over the years, I managed to travel with the hunters in their communities in 9 of the 13 Baffin communities. Also, I tried to learn from elders, and that took a very long time to figure out some procedures. But as you can see in the slide, Baffin caribou don't have trees to migrate to in the wintertime. The snow is hard, it's always hard. And they have a very hard time finding food in winter. Winter is the most difficult season for all caribou in Baffin Island and the high Arctic. Next slide, please. This is the only science I will present to you. This is from satellite telemetry that was done from 1987 to 1995. Do we have a thing? Is it this?
Yeah, it's the one.
Oh, does it work? Oh, all right. The collars were deployed mostly on southern Baffin Island. In the early 1980s, Cape Dorset elders predicted that the caribou would leave their area soon. And in fact, they did. In talking to Joannie by telephone, he told me he'd seen more caribou around Kimmeroot than he'd ever seen before in his life. And caribou, the callers, left, had wintered in this area for a year and a half, and 4 of 6 animals moved to here. They moved their wintering area in one year, 350 kilometers. The interesting thing is that they maintained their summering area. This area here is important summering area for Baffin caribou from several subpopulations. So instead of migrating and calving just around here in the middle part of this peninsula, they changed their calving area to fit the route based on their new wintering area. So they are flexible in their calving area. There's different kinds of caribou. There's these caribou here that migrate from Nets Lake area, wintering in here and down into Amajuak and Nettling, and they calve up in here. In the 1990s, after this data was collected, their wintering areas shifted over to here. These caribou on the high plateaus, they sort of circulate around the plateau. So they have a different strategy. And then there's mountain caribou, true mountain caribou. Like this is 1 or 2 individuals, and they don't migrate long distances at all. But they migrate up and down, and that's the difference between Baffin caribou and mainland caribou. They also calve over a longer period of time. Based on surveys in northern Baffin Island, they calve from about the 13th or 14th of June until into the first week of July. And that is because they have snow melts very gradually because of the high land, and they can calve over a long period of time. So Baffin caribou and high Arctic caribou are different than mainland caribou. Slide. Okay. I began doing interviews with elders, and over the years, myself and other people interviewed 36 elders and older hunters in 4 communities on southern Qikiqtani. Each interview lasted anywhere from 2 to 7 hours, and plus there was some missing specific information that we collected from 7 additional hunters in short interviews. Next slide. The complete interview method included a historical life map of the person we were interviewed so that we knew when he lived in certain places and what areas he may have known. And then we would go into details about his memories about caribou, where the caribou lived, where they saw them, how many there were, what time of year it was. And then we had a general discussion about their understanding of how the caribou related to the land, to people, to wolves, to snow. Next slide. These are the people that were interviewed. Unfortunately, most of those people are not with us any longer. Back to the other slide, please. I interviewed Simone Alinga with Gu Arluktu assisting me several times, and he was very, very patient, and it was because of him that we were able to work out a method for doing this that made sense both to him and Gu and myself. Unfortunately, Simone died, I think, along with 7 other hunters in a walrus hunting accident after we last talked to him, and Gu unfortunately died while he was Deputy Premier of the Northwest Territories. And I apologize that this is not in Inuktitut, but who we interviewed is more important in terms of the quality of this information than how I was involved or anything. This information belongs to these people. And IU Peter was involved in a workshop we held with some of the people that were interviewed but most of the interviews were conducted mostly by Pelusi Killabuk. Next slide. Itwangak and Pangnirtung was the, no, I'm sorry, I'm speaking wrong here. This is Cape Dorset, but these are people from Cape Dorset. They were interviewed by a wildlife officer by the name of Misha Labine and Martha Jaw. We are honored that at least one of the people who was interviewed is present with us today. Qikiqtani Peter was from Qikiqtani, was one of the interviewees. Next slide. Itwangak from Pangnirtung was the oldest man that we interviewed, and these are the others. And the people that assisted were Peter Killabuk, Jonah Killabuk, and Ami Nashaluk. Next slide. And these are the people that were interviewed from Kimaru, and Matthew Akavak assisted me with those interviews. And those are the years in which the interviews were done. So I owe all of this to them. All of the information you're going to receive is their information. Next slide. The elders often mentioned that they were told, as children, they were told things by their elders that they couldn't believe. They just didn't believe it. And then it came true, and they became believers of their parents' and grandparents' information. I put this slide in because one of the things about caribou that elders know in Baffin is that you can know when the caribou are going to come back. The caribou are going to come back when the lichen grows on the old antlers that were dropped. And my son and I discovered this antler here with all the lichen growing on it in the around 1989 or 1990 along Salmon River outside of Pond Inlet. And within 2 years, the caribou came back. So I understood what the elders mean when they say that you may not believe something is true, but then you will see it come true. Next slide, please. Important to this discussion is information that the elders gave on caribou and disturbance. When caribou are abundant, they will go wherever they want. So when you have large herds in the Kivadlik or other regions moving through, you may see it. We saw it in Baffin when caribou were living inside the town of Mitmetalik in Pond Inlet, when they were living in the 1990s inside Iqaluit. There were sewage-struck caribou accidents, which is hard to believe today, but it happened. When they're abundant, caribou are not afraid. But when there are very few caribou, they are very, very sensitive, and that's where we're at today. That's why protecting their habitat is so important. But it's not easy to tell, because when a caribou is weak, when a caribou doesn't have good food, they won't respond to disturbance immediately. They don't have the energy to run away. But after the summer comes, they may never come back to that place where they were disturbed before. They may not come back. So you may not tell right away that the caribou is bothered, but they may abandon the area. And for important areas, that should not happen. This is information from the elders. Next slide. Caribou and calves are the ones that are most sensitive during the summer after calving. Males are not so sensitive, but all tundra caribou are sensitive during winter. They're all subject to starvation because they're so hard to get food. And the elders say that heavy snow and ice is not a problem when the caribou have good food. But snow, ice, wolves are a problem when there have been too many caribou for too long. So it's not the number of caribou, it's the length of time that they are on that land. So today, the caribou still feel, you may think of them as ghosts, but they still suffer from the ghost of the many caribou that were there years and years ago, decades ago. Okay? Next slide. I had to learn how Inuit elders speak about caribou, and these are the ways I learned they speak about caribou in abundance. First, there's no sign of caribou, 0 caribou. There's some tracks, but they can't find the caribou. There's not enough caribou, there's enough caribou. There is more than enough caribou. They have lots of choice. And then there's the idea that there are just too many caribou. And that's how they spoke of the abundance of caribou, not in numbers. Next slide. So where were the caribou in the 1920s? This is what the elders told us. There was more than enough caribou here. There was enough caribou in here, enough caribou here, more than enough here, enough there, more than enough around Pangnatok. They did not hunt in this area because they didn't need to. So what I want you to do is remember this map and jump ahead 60 years, because the elders said that if you see a lot of caribou today, when you are raising your own family, you will not find caribou. But if you live to be an elder, you will see many caribou again. So in the 1980s, the elders who were children in the 1920s, this is what they saw in the 1980s. More than enough caribou around Cape Ayers. This is when the people there predicted that caribou would leave their area, and they did, and we documented that with satellite telemetry and aerial surveys. They shifted over to here, and then after that, in the 1990s, there was more than enough caribou in this area. Lots of caribou here and here. These caribou continued to move towards Iqaluit. Lots of caribou up in these areas. Always important areas in here. Next slide, please. What happened in between that? When he spoke of the 1940s, Elijah Qikiqtani said everybody was cold. Nobody knew where the caribou were. And we heard that from one of the elders, or one of the hunters. He feels cold when he doesn't have caribou. Next slide. How am I doing for time? Am I okay? What? Oh, okay, I'll try and go fast. This is the 1940s. This is similar to the way it is today. There was no caribou in his area. The only places Iqaluit hunters hunted here, there would be a few caribou there. A group of people from Pondon that lived in here in the 1940s. They could not find caribou on North Baffin Island, and they lived there. Next slide. I'm a biologist, so I count things. So I put numbers, I figured out numbers for these different categories based on surveys I did. Next slide. And this is what came out. If I put all the information together, many caribou in 1910, 1920 was down like this, very few here. In 2000, the elders started predicting this was going to happen again. So we developed a management plan by 2005. Unfortunately, that management plan was not implemented by the GN. But that plan covered the next 15 years. So it was supposed to go from 2005 to 2020. And now we're around here, very similar to 1940s. Next slide. These are the areas that the elders said should be protected during this period when there may be caribou nowhere else. These wintering areas here here, and here. And this area was pointed out by one of the delegates from Pangnirtung, should be protected. The Tuangat hunted here in the 1940s, and it's an important submarine area. So the S is for submarine areas to be protected and the wintering areas.
The time has come. It's a 20 minute, and I'm going to have to stop you there, just like everybody else. And thank you. Tamangan abe ko di sa tahaka unikanga tamisan. Pitaka palengin man. Oh, putulik.
Na kung may tukusin na tupalo ni takot sa sigawit. Hat sampai mengutu ako wit Nunavut. Takwa tukusin na tuwali takulugit. Ako katalong ani. Laya ko yakutin. Tayo matay napaksupunga. Takwa ikalumiyot amakukumay laki yikungit. Pian hukpikot. Taikwa tutuit sibunit samut pitsiata uyahan ng ipitsutigiliwit. Nunaliw hatiminitak ka na Qikiqtani. Taman na pitsutigiliw. Sibunit samuli ngayonik. Pitsiata huluwit. Tutukutibut. Pinasawakatigi pisamik. Pila kayo na unang kaluwak kita, imailing ngayon ninuit siguro kasi mamata. Taman nali kanok isumangin mga tiyok. Apat siyo tigim mila katay matyanak ilitino. Nakong make.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make sure I understand the correction. He's asked me what my view is of what Ben proposed. I support Ben's suggestion as long as the 8 nearby communities also support it, and they may look at the boundaries and adjust them if they believe so. Because of you have some views about the importance of protection of economic development versus protection, I would be a little less ambitious than Ben maybe to make things more specified. But I think in order to protect the integrity of the Baffin caribou, a proposal such as Ben's would be much stronger than picking a lot of little areas. To have one large area would be much better for the caribou.
Atigo?
Yes, I got your response. Perhaps James or board, QWB board, what thoughts have they put on this? Thank you for your good question. Yes, I was a full-time hunter once. Yes, if we work together and collaborate together, it's true. We know that, and if we put an agreement to that, and use that to protect caribou, I will fully support it, and it's well known in the Baffin region in respect to the caribou and how they move, and if we support that, and as we know, Baffin Island is not a huge land, and I would fully support it if we went towards that. for conservation purposes, yes, I would say yes. And that's from my understanding in the region. Peter also has a question. Mr. Chairman, thank you, Peter Alaria from NPC, to your discussion, a very clear presentation you just gave. And you worked and got to understand Inuit how you manitokangi. That's my perception. My question is areas of conservation and through collaborative effort of the communities, if that were to go ahead, my question to QWB, the board, in respect to our project, do you support what we have put together and our work? That's my question, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead. Yes, a good question and clear. If I would support your comments because people have identified what they feel need to be protected, and they're identified for what purpose these are identified, and I have no support in saying yes on behalf of the residents of Baffin region. I have no problem as it is right now, or perhaps I didn't answer your question. You gave a good response. You said what I want to hear. That's all. Thank you. Any further questions? I don't believe there are none. Go ahead. I want to ask, and I will ask, regarding collaring of caribou and to track, and they are tracked where the caribou move or migrate. From your observation, caribou with collars, any fatalities you ever noted from collared caribou?
Go ahead.
Yes, when we were doing collaring on southern Baffin Island, we had accidents. I've written them up, but I forget exactly how many, but we had some accidents in which caribou were caught in the net and maybe broke a leg, or one or two had a broken neck. All that, the animals were collected and the meat taken to the nearest community because we did not use drugs so they could be eaten. Some animals were killed by wolves a year or so later. But I would say that I would not support collaring now. The caribou at that time had good food when we did this project, and most of them could handle the collar. But the food for the caribou, as the elders have said, as the Qikiqtani said, is not enough, and the caribou are weak. And I don't think they could may not handle a collar well. And I've seen that myself in the high Arctic. I collared caribou, prairie caribou as well. And the ones on Bathurst Island did fine, but I believe that we had too many collared animals dying on Ellesmere Island and Devon Island. So when caribou are in very poor condition, following IQ and what the elders say, when caribou don't have good food, I don't believe they should be collared.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Putulik. the caribou that were collared, is that the only method of study, or is there any other method that can be used to track caribou by a satellite or smaller size gadgets? Or are the same old collars still used, awkward collars? Or, the time has lapsed. You may respond, but the time has lapsed. We're going a little over our time. It's up to you. Perhaps last comment.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are other methods. I think one way is to use tracks. If you sent out hunters by snowmobile to look for tracks, as the hunters did in the 1940s when they were looking for food, they could mark where they find animals over large areas. The collars that we used on Baffin Island in the 1980s are quite a bit larger than the collars that are available now, so they're getting smaller. So there's some possibility of there, and also it's possible to collect anak from caribou and look for genetic traits and possibly follow the movements of individuals when populations are very low. So there are a few other methods that could be used.
Thank you.
Thank you for well presented presentation and very good responses. I apologize. Perhaps there were more questions, and responses can be made if you submit the questions. Thank you for KWB for being here. Oh, God.
NTI can prepare to present.
Let me go get that.
Thank you. Similar to how we've been proceeding, you will have 1 hour, 60 minutes. You can start anytime you are ready. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Andrew, and commissioners, all of you. We are very pleased to be here, to be heard. To introduce myself, James Ituluk, NTI Vice President, and my colleagues here will be introducing themselves. Good evening, I am James Arer, Chief Executive Officer at NTI. Good evening, Commissioners. Hana Unilsaga, Coordinator for Planning and from NTI. Marie Bibi Bello, Legal Counsel at NTI. Nunavut, Michelle Cambridge Bay Miotak, Nunavut Tungabikune, Akalutu Tame. Nunami atun namo Qikiqtani. Paangout, Coordinator or wildlife and environment. Abachiligikuni Bertin Nunabutunga Bikuni Umayulagikuni Ngamayuma. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for holding this public hearing in regards to the draft plan, and there are many participants that you have invited and sent here in order to hear them and to see what we can determine. Now that we have an agreement since 1993, and I remember in 1992 we visited the communities Inuit in regards to the agreement, and so many years have passed, and since a lot of our visions change as we proceed, and there are many things that have grown ever since Nunavut was created, and what we will be presenting to you is the plan that we will have for the future. I want to say my apologies. I couldn't be here at the beginning of the hearing because we had our meeting in Upvet, and we know that sometimes we'll have our meetings taking place at the same time. So therefore, we have heard the presentations that were made by the community participants on how we can implement the draft plan. And therefore, we are pleased to be able to speak to you in regards to the draft plan. And NTI is part of NTI's mandate, and it's also stated in the agreement on how we can best implement these goals that are in the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. And we have agreed with the government, but it's not their sole responsibility to implement them. So
the management of, in terms of conservation areas, the parks as well, and how you can create a better draft plan and how it could be improved with the assistance of everybody. These would be your responsibility. NTI has many responsibilities through Nunavut Agreement. Our workload is heavy, including surface and subsurface rights in Nunavut, including how draft land use plans should be geared towards the needs of Inuit people. And the draft copy we have, once it's finished, it would be a very useful tool to the whole of the territory, including to Nunavut. NTI. NTI has many responsibilities, and this first draft being planned, I would like to see revisions after the final draft is produced, and I would like to say congratulations to the Commissioner and to your staff. The work you have done is tremendous. It's a excellent document. The draft land use plan first draft is very useful, and keep on working and create a very good draft. This is the first generation draft plan, and the contents of it are excellent for the first draft, first generation. The contents are very well thought out for the Inuit people, including our land, Inuit culture, their communities, and their food source. And the water sources as well are very important to be protected and kept from any contamination in the future. It shows that these initiatives are grade so NTI will want the whole of Nunavut to be participants, and as we talk, if it touches on anything, it touches the whole of the territory, even though we're having this public hearing in Baffin Island. NTI will look at the 3 regional public hearings, and we will be going to Qikiqtani and Qikiqtani as well. It would have been nice if we could have one huge public hearing as originally planned, but this regional public hearing is just as great, it appears. And our work as NTI, we're not going to juggle anything. We're going to balance. The thoughts have to be balanced for the whole of Nunavut in the draft land use plan. It will have to be created from the needs of the people, and we will then recognize it if it accomplishes these things, including wildlife. And parts of this work would be very useful to us, and we would be guided by this document as we move forward. So the public hearing should be very open, and the balanced approach is excellent. It would be good. We don't want it like jiggling where other parts of the region would benefit on anything, even on draft plan related to the wildlife and to the people. So we like to see all of these being balanced in Nunavut. We know that the budget is low sometimes. The most beneficial would be to us if a job was created for an Inuk, through the regionals, if they can work, if they can be, if they have self-esteem. So this is very, very valuable to us. So the draft land use plan should consist of job creation, education, especially for the young people. They're numerous here. Thank you for coming. This is your future being discussed. Your land is being discussed for these people, young people who are in the attendance for their future use. And draft land use plan as is written is first generation draft plan. It should be constructed in such a way where everybody makes a contribution, including the 3 regions, the needs of the Inuits, and meets our need. We, like I said, we don't want unbalanced draft land use plan. It have to balance perfectly for the three region Inuit lands, how they're used. If they are taken into consideration, NTI and also Inuit regional organization who are landholders and who decide on many things. They want to see this draft land use plan being balanced. The draft land use plan is used for the Inuit, their land, and their concern should be visible in the creation of this document. Although Inuit have no huge corporations or companies, but a huge tract of land, 18% is called Inuit-owned land according to the agreement, and under Inuit control through RIAs, and about 2% are for the subsurface rights, Inuit-owned land controlled by NTI. So this is what's in agreement. We negotiated based on these numbers in the beginning. The use of the land and the areas that are indicated for protection and others. Inuit have participated, but we assist in management of it for the future well-being, that these lands are should be looked after well. This plan and the land in Nunavut is for the benefit of Inuit control. So in a sense, we value that Inuit individually or otherwise collectively are participated. We could continue on working this draft for many years, including everything from mining exploration, but we have to think about our youth, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren. We need to have these family members living in a good territory and harmony with the land. So Inuit-owned lands are we want them to see them being protected. As indicated by many communities, these are the areas they selected as for protection. Subsurface rights. These are negotiated for the benefit of, say, a mine. And Olayuk Nakatavik mentioned this morning, I think, or was it yesterday, that during land selection, we didn't know at the time of selection the contents of the land under the surface. So we hired 2 people to be our experts and to tell us, to give us direction where potential minerals are. That's how it was. Many Inuit communities are in coastal areas. It was difficult at the time to select lands in the interior when we're coastal communities. So land selection was meager beginning, but there were right choices made. If we were to do it again, we know which areas to select, but still in many Inuit selected land according to their knowledge of the land for game, and also including marine areas during the land selection, during the negotiation in early days. And despite being that an experienced selection, subsurface rights weren't all that identified. We tried to select areas where there are potential minerals, but not only that, Many pieces of land were selected for many reasons. For instance, camping sites, hunting areas, fishes, where rivers are used by fish for spawning, and caribou crossing areas, and were taken into consideration at the time of land selection. The communities, if they should make amendments to it, say designation of protected area, mixed use, special use, they have to be working with regional Inuit organizations for amendments. So despite NTI would also be working with Inuit communities whenever they are needed. I know for sure that Inuit subsurface rights parcels are included in this first generation draft plan. For instance, Qikiqtani has many land selections, and many of these were categorized as protected areas, and now they are visible because this is what areas they want protected, and this is a selection of Qikiqtani Inuit populations. As they all said, caribou is important, and took caribou. Caribou are numerous. Each region have caribou herds, different species. Many Nunavut, they're not usually only for food, their clothing, their sleeping bags, and many still use caribou for many things. We want caribou to come back. We don't want any decline in the herd. So despite regional plans, regional organizations in Nunavut have different needs, and their needs have to be where the plan should fit into the regions, especially in terms of caribou. We are a little different culturally. No wonder we're huge territory, and we have different uses for caribou as they are different in herds. It appears right now that the caribou have just kind of vanished and declined. Today we see that there are many predators growing in number that are predators of the caribou. So we have to know who they are, including us humans who are predators to the caribou. Qikiqtani Inuit Association, Qikiqtani Wildlife Board are quite concerned, and they really want to see land protection designation because they're very valuable to us, including protection of calving grounds. Nunavut agreement indicates that this have to become a reality. So the draft land use plan have to be created in such a way and in vision of your population in Nunavut. NTI fully supports the regions in management of their caribou and what protections and other measures that they are seeking. NTI understands Nunavut Planning Commission was asked by QWA and Qikiqtani communities that protection areas in this region be included and identified carefully. NTI would like to work with the three region Inuit organizations and their regions in terms of caribou protection areas, and including in Qikiqtani caribou denning areas. We call denning areas Apumubi city. You call it Chitiks in this area. NTI has agreed with QWA where they want polar bear denning areas to be protected areas. The denning areas, QWA has submitted to NPC. The hunters of the region truly believe that many of them have a knowledge where the denning areas are, the polar bear movement, their customs, and in Nunavut it's very well managed. We don't want to lose this statistics where the management is first class. Although we have quotas and the manage of it, despite having quotas, is excellent. So NPC should really take this into an account when it comes to denning areas. They are designated as mixed use, meaning that anything could be used in the denning areas. No wonder they're individually denning in parts, and the polar bear denning areas have to be considered by NPC as protected mixed-use area. We need to know a lot more of polar bears, including denning areas. Ask people who have IQ knowledge. They will tell you. They will teach you, although there are a lot of scientific researches and they don't like being wrong. So is IQ. It's the same thing. They have the knowledge as well. So I understand at this public hearing, your staff have to reach out and ask what perhaps he said terms of conditions are hard at times to work with. Everybody, any policy regulator or any regulator is concerned with polar bears, including World Wildlife Funds. The polar bears denning areas are crucial that at times region of where they are should be identified. I commend NPC and the staff are working with the people, and a good draft will emerge. But still, polar bear is very useful species. Denning areas are important, and they should be protected when general areas are identified. Walrus, NTI is in full supportive that walrus hollouts are protected. Walrus hollouts are protected. Qikiqtani Wildlife Board have mentioned that walrus hollouts are important. Many islands have been identified in the last few days, and so take heed their food sources and used for many other uses. QWB has submitted written letters, questions, concerns. The polar bear hauling sites have to be protected despite the size of a small herd or large. And many have abandoned their haulouts and their traditional areas. It shouldn't be so. When animals are disturbed, they abandon their traditional sites according to QWB. Not only polar bear, but others, including polar bear haulouts in Nunavut. So NTI, and in full support of NPC when decisions are made on walrus haulout, because HTO organization where resources in consulting of these haulouts. There should be a concern as well of a buffer zone of a walrus haulout to different kinds of vessels. It's important. It should be stressed, and other current haulouts be identified. So year-round, buffer zones, despite what part of the year where the buffer zones are, the activities in a way should be curbed when these areas are utilized by Inuit, some of them being commercial fishing and as they are included as identified, as well as walruses. So HTOs are your prime source of information. Waterfowls migrating to the Arctic. I saw this as one of the concerns in draft land use plans. There are many concerns. I see here that their sanctuaries are to be protected, and far as I know that there are 22 new sanctuaries identified, and there are 9 for some endangered species in waterfowl. These are new and deserving protection. It's important if they're near Inuit municipals, if you're close to these sanctuaries, it is your duty as well to participate in safe protection of these waterfowls to near to your community. So QIA as well should be responsible in terms of protection. And subsurface lands owned by NTI, as they should protect these parcels of land. When we heard that Government of Canada presentation this morning, was good to hear that they are also very concerned about waterfowls, and it's included in draft land use plan. The communities in Nunavut, it might be new that they're new identified of sanctuaries, and they will be eventually be included in draft land use plan. My Qikiqtani region has so many waterfowls now that they're depleting their own food source. The land is being disturbed, and it's a big concern in Qikiqtani. I don't know how extensive the damage to the land is by waterfowl in their sanctuaries. when they become too numerous, they deplete their food source and try moving on to sources where they might be food. And there should be strict legislation in relations to bird sanctuaries, even if they're outside the bird sanctuaries. So these protection areas that would be imposed by legislation and IIBA, which would serve to benefit Inuit in terms of economy, should also apply if the community is close to any major sanctuary or parks or otherwise protected area. The land is valuable. National historic sites, we know of these in many areas deserving protection, some historical sites. We have concern, just like any organization, that and they should be identified as bird sanctuaries, be included in your draft land use plan. Communities living next to these established parks or sanctuaries or historical sites are very valuable and should be protected and be concerned of to the communities living to these sites. And there are six historical sites identified in Baffin Island, and the protection of these areas should be a lot more visible. Communities living to these sites should be a lot more concerned and take their part in protection of these historic sites. And these are our worries sometimes, that these particular historic sites might not be protected enough. But despite that, NTI is still in supportive of areas where they provide food sources and should be included in draft land use plan. There are three, these Nachilik, Fox Basin, Amitok, Moffat Inlet. These are a particular area of concern, and especially of concern in draft land use plan. Hall Beach have identified area has been identified as well. They say they will indicate this to be done in their written submission. So to the Nunavut Planning Commission, you should plan how things should be planned and included in Nunavut draft land use plan if you were given such identification by a group or communities. Community concerns would imagine be identified to regulators and to organizations where the communities should identify areas on terms and conditions. NPC pay heed to these advices. Linear infrastructure over land or through the marine. NTI will do a presentation on linear infrastructure, especially in Kiwale and Qikiqtani, where when public hearings are conducted in these two communities, we will make a presentation on linear infrastructure. It's been in discussion for some time in Kiwalik region that there is Kiwalik Manitoba Road as there is in Qikiqtani. As you know, aircraft cargoes travel is very expensive. If these were to be constructed, then perhaps the prices of everything would dip to a much lower level. And these will be discussed in a in regional public hearings. And we heard today that marine traffic vessels of any sort has been of great concern to Baffin Island, as it will be in the other two regions, especially icebreakers. This is of big concern, and NTI understands that the government of Canada also have concerns, and they heard this morning where a lot of areas should be prohibited, especially in cruise ships. We want to be able to see options, the ideas indicated by the communities. The draft land use plan as it is. I'd like to make a short comment to this draft land use plan as it is. And we were informed by the communities that they would like to make more submission. They want this dialogue to continue and give these concerns to the Commission, especially Perry caribou and other caribou population as well. Submit these to the Commission, and you said you will be able to hear more ideas and proposals. So you said you're able to accommodate this. So very appreciative of it. I should have more comments, clarification comments by the time we get to the third public hearing. There are many organizations that are in support of NPC initiatives, and a lot of ideas will emerge. They will want to become full partners in terms of land use plan. So I support you. Before I leave the public hearing, I would like to ask Commission.
With respect to your submissions, if they could be included in view of agreement with NPC, and we will be interested how the document will be drafted in the final stage. The records are very useful, and we want this open further before. What am I saying? Yes, I will ask that Nunavut Planet Commission open up further for questions and comments from delegations with respect to communities and their participating in their plans. We haven't heard yet where if a hearing will be the final stage of this process, but I would encourage you to produce another documentation, because there are yet numerous number of concerns in the interest we may have. It will have to be good for you and good for the government and good for the industry and for the hunters. And for that reason, we would encourage you to produce more of your concerns. The next item, the changes to the final document and how that would go. So NTI would have not fully agreed yet with your staff or have not come into terms yet with respect to the process. We don't think if changes have to be made, well, whether they'll be convenient to change, and for the reason that more research will be needed. It will be difficult because changing things are always difficult to change. Assuming if government changes, this will be another issue again. Although we could see changes, but yes, we will see changes if needed, but it will be even more difficult. Yes, changes will be made if there are efforts made, just like the Earth, it's going round and round all the time and changing. Just with this process too, changes will have to be made. I think there'll be a lot of questions, so I'll end that there, and I'm grateful that I was allowed to speak. How many more minutes do we have? 15 minutes. Okay. To my comments, it's not simple to make the changes. Changes may be made, yes, but there will be many barriers, obviously. And perhaps Inuit also will find it difficult to have certain changes, and perhaps then it will be our youth who will be sitting here requesting changes, and the youth up at NPC level will change too, but they will speak basically the same issues. In the document by NPC, if changes had to be made, would review the requested change, but it's doubtful, and it will become obvious then. There are many issues here, but we need the best document possible. Not everyone will be satisfied. We know that. And some will not be able to be implemented. But if everyone supports it, and once it comes forward, we will move forward. Initially, we had a land claims agreement that kicked out the process, but this process will have to work for us and others as well. So the best possible plan will have to be put together for it to be used properly. I apologize for this long presentation, and thank you. Thank you for your presentation, a well-presented presentation. You can't hear me? Thank you for a well-presented presentation. But you still have a bit of time. Perhaps we can move on to questions for our responses. Thank you. Any questions from here? Any questions? Commissioners? Putulik. Thank you. I think I'll ask similar questions I've been asking, but first about James. In the communities, the issue of caribou, what development you want to see or progress in respect to 8 communities collaborating if they decide to work together, and you mentioned that you support that idea, as I understood you. Is that so? If I understood you, first of all, you're talking about caribou or wildlife in general? Okay. The hunters and trappers, Ben Kuwik, suggested a proposal that the communities collaborate, in particularly collaborate together for the protection of caribou, and their idea of to put forth an idea by collaboration. They had some suggestions. Are you got that? Yes. We as NTI work with Inuit organizations, RWOs, and others, and we work. We have working relationship. Although we cannot say you need how much can you catch or so forth, but based on Inuit knowledge, we're trying to achieve the greatest means to protect Inuit knowledge. So we constantly support HDOs, what they think should be done with respect to wildlife management. Yes, our collaboration effort is always visible with RWOs pertaining to caribou, and we always support that, especially areas where quotas are implemented. And we should say that in the land claims agreement, the total allowable harvest and basic needs level are identified in the agreement. You don't want to get there, but some communities are experiencing less caribou. No doubt these will have to be outlined in the near future. But we always have a collaborative working relationship when it comes to wildlife. I think I understand you. I think we have similar understanding. Yes. Thank you. Any question from Commissioners? Peter. Mr. Chair. Thank you. Peter Alaria. We are pleased NTI, the board, and staff are here to. I got some of the comments you made, but you were speaking 200 miles per hour. I did understand some of the comments you made. To one of your comments, the revision needed, you elaborated on that. However, you mentioned also that land use plan have to be put forward. Yes, but do I understand also that you support this land use plan? James Ituluk, thank you. I think for the past 50 years, I've been told I speak 200 miles per hour, even today. That's my way, if I apologize. Yes. we support Nunavut land use plan that it be developed because there are many work to be done, and we have an agreement, but without a plan, that's not favorable in view of our use and other people's use, and in particular our future. Everyone. We're not. It's not trying to take away people's rights. We know that as the Nunavut plan will be used by many interests. Our populations are increasing, but the caribou population are not increasing. But with a good management plan, I think that's something we want most, and we support the need to have a land use plan. Well, we need an appropriate plan that we can agree upon. Thank you. Any further questions? Putulik. The communities, when they gave their presentations, in part of the questions posed on them was regarding mining exploration, oil exploration, and economic concerns, and the need to develop an economic activity. And no doubt that would come forth. This, or in view of wildlife, which do you think should be prioritized as important? Because that's a question we asked. You want wildlife protected, and that was something that community supported more. You know, Qikiqtani thinks of means to grow as a corporation because they are Qikiqtani. But regarding this, what thoughts do you have concerning oil and mining exploration, or Inuit interest on wildlife or the marine coast? Thank you, Putulik. James Ituluk. On this point, then the need to have regulation. We want to see that in the forefront concerning wildlife and land use. We also have a land use department or lands department, and we constantly say that these developments of mining and oil exploration, we can support those, but our priority must, as long as our people's interests are not put down and the wildlife and the land is not destroyed. We know that today we cannot live just on compensation alone, but we need an economic base, and we know from there we were able to move forward. Yes, we like to see regulations developed, and the proponents, like the mining companies, we want them to conform to these regulations. And in terms of reference, for example, if closure was made, cleanup, the tools needed for cleanup would be important. And here also we have a provision in the agreement if contamination would take place or the animals would be affected by exploration. These are outlined in the agreement that compensation would be required. Yeah, perhaps we won't agree to all the recommendations, and monitoring the progress is something we want to see the most, especially when mining exploration is asked for. we would approach oil companies the same way in the near future. If there's no threat to the environment, we will need to see those federal regulations at the federal and territorial level and in any lands. They will have to be there before any development takes precedence. And as long as the wildlife is not destroyed, things will not stay stale. Things are constantly changing. And in the future too, people's minds will change because things change and things get harder too when population increase too, because they all have their points of view too. Yes, we have means to have regulation in place with NPC, Nunavut Water Board, NERB, and the WMB, the public institutions, and while RWOs and HDOs, they are constantly working together too towards that, and we will have means too to have economic activity, whether it's mining or whatever. Likewise, and again, thank you for giving me a notepad here. Any you wish to add? Putulik from Palnayit. It's very similar to how we approach in our community. We need to focus on how we can generate an economic activity and to have something concrete in place for our people and our daily need for wildlife. And we also try and have a collaborative effort as well. But this is a question has to be, what thoughts do you have on this? And we need to get your perspective. And again, this is nothing strange for us organizations in Nunavut. Percy? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Percy Cabluna, NPC. The Article 11 that we are dealing with as NPC, we're towards the last stage as per the agreement, and we've been dealing with this for a long time. You think we may be done, but sometimes financial realities becomes a barrier. But again, thank you for supporting this endeavor with changes of whom are elected, appointed, and not all members are participants right through. But to repeat, I'd just like to thank you for your comments. Thank you. Any further questions? I don't believe there are any from the invited delegation. That gentleman there, G. Talu, you'll be next. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the first time I'm hearing these. I've never seen somebody talk so much. Very well put together comments. But we also do by DFO, and we've been told with regards to bears, they're telling us they're at risk, and the walruses are said to be at risk. You were correct. Inuit IQ is generally true, and you're correct. The walrus never disappeared. And the bears are just too numerous now in Nunavut, becoming hazardous for people. For anyone, whether you're Inuit or Habluna, people are told not to walk around town if toddlers, children, and they have a habit of sliding down hills within the community, and we tell them, we were told the bears were at risk, but they have become dangerous for communities. Inuit IQ is about a solid base. They're proven. And the walrus, we were once told they're disappearing in the Labrador coast. And in the Hudson Bay population is very low. When we say Hudson Bay between Nunavut and Nunavut. There's a lot of walruses or abundance of walrus. Back in the old days, people would go walrus hunting for many days. Today, some of them could make it back in a day's hunt. So a lot of what biologists say are usually incorrect. And I'm talking about eider downs. Our ancestors used to say, this is an old eider duck. But I would not say that. But concerning eider islands, we made a point that they should not be messed up. They should not be areas where you cut up butcher animals or hunt animals. We've come up to that because we don't want to see abandoned eider islands. And to your comment, thank you. I don't believe that is a question, more of a comment. Can you go? No. Abraham from Pond Inlet, Hamlet of Pond Inlet. For the past 5 years, what we have observed and commonly reported by hunters, and to say to you that with increase of tourist traffic, hunters have said that many tourists and cruise ships have no regard for Inuit lands and have been advised by the hamlet not to visit these areas, but no one seems to listen to us. And people have no respect for Inuit lands, and they have to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew and Abraham. Yes, as we said, we would like to see the marine being monitored and the land as well. There are acts to be followed by the governments about ships, what the ships have to follow. And sometimes they don't follow them. And it has been brought up to us many times. And also to QIA. We can bring it up to QIA, and I'm sure they know about this, about the cruise ships. James will respond. I am James Arek of NTI, CEO. I just want to add to that, because it was mentioned, NTI at their meeting, a resolution was passed, and today on the uses of our marine, concerns about the uses of our marine, and that we will closely monitor our waters now. I just want to inform everyone from NTI. Thank you. Yes, thank you. He had said that resolution. He mentioned the resolution. We would like a copy. Liupa has wanted to comment. I believe it was supposed to be Jitalu. Should I go ahead or should he go ahead first? My apologies. Jitalu. Jitalu Kakik Abekaluit HTO. I have two brief questions. I am caught in between, like really stuck in between. A rock on a hard place. The first one, who can we be able to approach our women, fellow Inuit women here in the community, and I'm sure in other communities as well, their common law spouses or their spouses, because they give their rights to their spouses. I'm asking this question because I know I'm in between this, and also I'm also in between this as well in regards to this. The papers that we have and the agreement that have been agreed to by NTI, who looks after when Inuit would like to get further information, who should they approach? Who would we be able to approach if we needed help, if we can't really understand what's in the agreement? Those are my questions. I know sometimes they cannot always be determined right away, but I may be mistaken. You can respond if you would like to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, G. Talo, for the first question you had. In our agreement, anyone can give their rights. I believe you're talking about that one. And a lot of people are using that today. It's stated in our NLCA. We have an office here if you would like more information. We have an office here in Nakaluit. And we have a legal counsel that you can approach because it's stated in the articles. It's part of the agreement. Some of them are very technical. If you would like to get clarification, please come to the office, because that is followed, and there is a clause in there stating that they are able to give up their rights to their spouses. James, I'm sure, can explain further. And what was the other one? As I had said earlier, it can be interpreted, the agreement, because it's part of the Constitution of Canada. And we used to have a summarized version, but I think we're out of copies. As just a regular member of the community, there were summarized versions for you to understand, but because there are many articles in the agreement, Paul is one of the staff members that you can approach as well if you want a clarification. It's under Article 5. That is related to your question, and it has to do with the wildlife. When we were negotiating about wildlife, that was used as the spine. If you would like clarification, you can approach him about the articles in the land claim agreement. Go ahead. Just one more. Since we're all here and hearing this, reason why I asked this question is we cannot just come to the office because we're lacking so much information. That's why we get misinformed. That's why I wanted to ask the question. Liupa has also wanted to speak. Thank you. In regards to caribou, so that you can take it into consideration, it'll be brief. I am from Panutu, HCO, Liupapaleluk, from the HCO. Caribou back then, the map that has been marked, and the Bapan caribou, it looks as if caribou are all migrating. But back then, when I was growing up and started to become aware of my surroundings, since we lived in the Cumberland Sound, closer to Iqaluit, because wildlife didn't migrate as much from our surrounding area closer to Allen Island, because there's many cliffs around that area. And this area that we can cross over to Panutu, so that you can take this into consideration. I just remembered this area hasn't melted off yet because it's pretty high. The mountains are pretty high. And up to May, the ones that were in the mainland, as summertime was approaching in the spring, they would start going down. And that area that they have indicated as a calving ground is not the only calving ground. The area around towards Allen Island, Ukalealuit, these mountains, some of the mountains tend to melt off faster than the rest. And the area closer to Panutu had more calves that situated in the area other than the caribou that migrated off to other places. So that's how it used to be back then. Caribou in that area. They calve in other areas, not just in the Nutilik area. This is from what I remember and what I can recall. I just wanted to point it out so that you can take it into consideration, because they would go anywhere to calve. And I'm sure they know about this in other communities. Thank you. I believe that was just a comment. Are there any further questions? I believe there aren't any more. David? It's me again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask this question to them because Northwest Passage is of major interest from all over the world. 25 years agago na pata 200 kai ta kwana manri yo me pakwiti ki yo tamau na simala yang ata tamakwalo isumalo taulo angwatu asibara yo lo angwatu upata wa yutu ilu na yuta wa yutu hawi satao laga katalan na kata Nunabutunga beko tabunga sibu basitu me isumasasi utakasima ba taman teme tulaga yang mga hawisata langwa katandingan. Thank you for your question, David. Yes, NTI is now taken into consideration. As I said earlier about making plans, we are going to start drafting a plan to do monitoring in our waters. Because the Lancaster Sound, the Northwest Passage, and the important and special places, and that area where they found the old ships, Tyr and Sir John Franklin ship, those passages that are usually used by the ships to travel across, and this one near Panatu, the south end, they have wanted to do more monitoring in those areas. We are just in initial phases of planning this, and there is an interest in wanting to monitor the waters of Nunavut because there has been a lot of mention in concerns in regards to our waters when ships are passing through, and since there is a lot of interest. So this was brought up at our meeting, and that is why I mentioned it. And they had urged us that we work on this further. And that is why I bring it up. I hope I answer his question. If there's any further questions, we can speak further on this. That is it for now, but in the future, we know that we will be working on this further. Yes, he's fine with it. Are there any further questions? Please come up. Thank you. Henry Aleku from Nunavut region, NMRP is the chairperson. The questions that have been raised, who will be monitoring them? Because that is usually the case, because the government officials that are here with me, that I work with, have you thought of who will be monitoring this? James, I believe, can add to that question. Thank you, James Ariel, NTI. Thank you for your question. In regards to that, I can say that we would be the ones managing it, managing the data. That's what I can say. Thank you. And just to say further, we will have Inuit monitoring this, and we'll also have a radar. So the 6 communities will be selected, And Inuit, three regional Inuit associations are the ones that we are working with on this particular matter. And the ships, since we all know that the ones that go through our waters, when they're about 65 meters or more, they need to they need to use their beacons when they're going to be traveling close to some areas to let everyone know that they're passing through. And also, if we were suspicious of any cruise ship activity, then we can work on that. Thank you. I think he answered the question. Are there any further questions? I believe there aren't any more. Are there any written questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have some written questions. For the record, Alan Blair, legal counsel for the NPC. Mr. Italuk, I'm not allowed to make a speech, so what I'm about to say I have to turn into a question for you. And the question broadly stated is, can you help us? Now let me frame the question. You spoke at 200 words a minute for 45 minutes. You said 9,000 words. I wrote notes. I didn't get them all. I wrote down 9 words, so 1 in 1,000. I put a star beside them. Your 9 words that I starred were ask the people, listen to the people, value IQ. Literally 1 in 1,000. Can you help us with that?
Yes, it has to be that way. If you would like to ask questions about IQ, I'm fine with that.
I guess my point, sir, is that we value very much the positive energy you brought. I think everybody who's spoken has remarked on it. You had 2 hours here, and of course, NTI could have taken a very critical view of the plan. And by the way, critical views are welcome, but you took a very positive, engaging way. And so I hear you saying on behalf of NTI that you can help us bridge the divide. And so my request in terms of how can you help is not just a rhetorical one. The expression is often given that actions speak louder than words, suggesting the two are quite different. This is NPC's time for action, of course. They have to move this to the goal line. They have to have a plan. And the NPC cannot do that, sir, without the words, without the dialogue, without the exchange we're having this week and we've been having for years. You seem to grasp that with clarity this evening, and the participants across the way have been telling us for the last 2 or 3 days what they want, so their words are being heard. I know you were here for only a part of that. We need to take all of this and move it further along. The chair has indicated that tomorrow in particular there's a time for a breakout session and more questions and more exchange. And with the leadership you've shown tonight, I think the actions that the commission must take can come from the words that I think you inspired tonight. I think that was a question. In any event, I will move on to some other questions, if I may. I don't expect that you necessarily, sir, have answers to each of these questions. If you do, that would be great. If you don't, as the chair has indicated, written answers are fine later. Some of the written questions we've received include, for example, have you reviewed the reports submitted into our record? And I'm thinking in particular of the WWF report, suggesting additional walrus haulouts that could be added to the list of protected areas. And when you have had an opportunity to review that list found in that expert report, it would be a great assistance to the Commission if you could indicate whether, for NTI, they agree with that list. So that would be useful. I don't expect an answer now unless you're able to give one.
Yes, it's up to you if you would like to respond right now. Perhaps we'll respond in written form. My apologies if I spoke too fast. Taimani le khatta simaga ma 50 ne agone o ka yau khatta na ma sukege ko yau lunga le ne atelunga. I can be slow if I want to. If I want to talk fast. 50 ne agone taimani le khatta simaga ma ayu le khakamata. We will provide a written response. Yes, you were clear. We were able to understand what you had to share to us anyways in Inuktitut. Alan?
Yes, thank you. Crystal clear for me as well. Multi-year pack ice referred to by some as the last ice area. It's been requested, a recommendation again from WWF, that multi-year pack ice be given special management area status prohibiting ice breaking. So where multi-year pack ice is found, should there be an SMA in that area? And again, it would be appreciated by the Commission if you could review that request and see where the Commission is on that point.
Yes, we can look into that. We will review that for your note. Thank you.
We've had questions regarding proposed mobile caribou protection measures, and would be interested to know, the Commission would be interested to know what sort of activities NTI might expected to be affected by mobile caribou protection measures. For example, there's a relatively low impact exploration program and a relatively high impact mineral exploration or mining enterprise, or indeed an all-season road. Would you expect that there would be some exemptions of some levels of activities for mobile protection measures? And again, a bit of a detailed question, and I'd be happy if you would like to take that under advisement and get back to us.
The mobile protection issue, the response we can give is what will be the appropriate terms. These have to arise for if there it would be an impact, and for that reason, for example, from the smallest, or should I say, to have the most minimal disturbance impact. And so for that reason, we've have made some terms for mobile protection, and we have given submission to the question raised by Qikiqtani and Qikiqtani Wildlife Group. And we will hear more of that once the hearing is started in Qikiqtani and Qikiqtani concerning mobile protection. Yes, we're not saying all areas should be banned for exploration, but we're looking at the future too. Alan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on the translation, which was a little behind. Sir, can you indicate how NTI would envision that mobile protection measures would apply to existing developments? So, for example, if a mobile protection measures zone moved in as a result of the plan into an operating mine site, how would that mine be affected, in your view, in the view of NTI, by the application of those measures? Number 3 on the list, if you're following.
Thank you. As NTI position is with respect to regulators to enforce, implement, and utilize the terms and conditions that are included to any type of project. If there's an agreement with NERB or DIOs concerning mining exploration, further research will be made on Caribou, and it will probably go through that process. Alan, any Shuli?
I apologize. I'm
Mameno.
a few seconds behind
King
listening.
Vaximak with Comanalas to
Speak 100 miles an hour.
100 mile Panao Mingla.
I missed that. That's okay. One note on your list. Recognizing that the Nunavut Land Use Plan may be reviewed and amended from time to time, and many different participants have asked the Commission to apply a precautionary principle. Would NTI support imposing temporary restrictions on development in some caribou core calving, post calving, key access quarters, and freshwater crossings, so that a study could be made of the measurable benefits to the herds by applying a protective measure?
If that has to be, we would review it and submit written submissions. I think this is in place in view of caribou crossings are occurring. Development is temporary frozen, and no doubt these will continue to surface in the near future. Does that answer your question?
Yes, certainly in part. Thank you. I have one more, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems clear, Mr. Utalik, that projects that may conform with a land use plan can also infringe on incompatible Inuit rights of access. One could imagine a large development which would effectively restrict Inuit hunting and access to the land in that way. The Commission would very much value if NTI could examine how the plan might achieve a balance between the rights and wildlife and economic development in a manner consistent with Articles 5 and 7 of the Nunavut Agreement. So that's a big one, but the Commission has to study the effect of that. The Commission has the obligation to balance Inuit rights. It also obviously has to value economic development. Sometimes they're incompatible. If NTI could give some consideration to that, we'd value that written position when you're able to frame it.
We will look into that and respond in a letter. I believe Peter also has a question. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Peter Alarea from Nunavut Planning. To just reminded here on the Lancaster Sound matter, this morning I asked to the Canadian government to concerning marine transportation, that restrictions, if restrictions would be come forth, it would prevent search and rescue and emergency response, national defense, national security, and community resupplies will be impacted. That it will have a negative impact, and if the icebreakers, in particular, I asked a question due to the reason that in the Baffin region and the mine that is open now, and the concerns about pond inlet water shed. If we were to see ice breakers breaking up the ice without thought of the wildlife and any other wildlife that may cross on the ice, if the icebreaker is breaking up the ice, what if you don't have restrictions in place? If there were no restrictions, as it was mentioned.
Recommend that marine transportation restriction be removed from the draft.
As it's stated in their document. For the purpose of monitoring or anything that would prevent shipping line, or if there were no restrictions, whether it's with NERV, NTI, if there are no restrictions, but anything that does not involve emergency, if access could be made. But I asked that question, so I'm asking the same question, what your thoughts are to this issue, NTI. Thanks. This is James Fitzgerald. I did mention earlier, what we want to see further is under options. If options were put forth, and during that phase, and in view of community concerns in the 3 regions, as an issue, the issue of icebreakers and community supply ships. Yes, we could see no restrictions, but if anything arises and changes were needed, that we would love to see some options. Yes, and that would make sure community concerns are included in Nunavut Planning Commission. But if it doesn't go, if access is no longer there, we would also be affected. So we would like to see further options developed or affixed to that in view of community concerns where marine traffic goes through, including ice breaking. Perhaps does that answer your question? You have further questions here? Last question. I don't think there are questions here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one more question, and Brian's asked if he might ask one if there's time. Mr. Qikiqtani, during the last few days, we've heard from the community representatives quite a bit about marine mammals, with their local knowledge of where various mammals are found and breeding and walrus haulouts. My question is, with the additional information we're receiving, the Commission is receiving from participants, both in the public hearing process and some earlier written submissions that we've had an opportunity to go through, where those submissions have identified additional Arctic whale calving grounds, what would NTI's position be with respect to special management protections and seasonal restrictions to support Arctic whale calving grounds, specifically for beluga, narwhal, and bowhead? And if you haven't had an opportunity to consider that question, we'd be happy to receive a written reply to that later. Thank you.
And will answer the question. Kuya Namig Allen. Tam na aulaya pangnay ko ila NTI ko taman na akakimayat. Nalunay akimayod luta ko nani inaka mangata. Kaya ni tam na ujagayaga tayaw na yakto ujang naktulo ni aula taw na kayak tangata ko inigiyaw tamakunong apakotiknot. Brian Kiulawi. Brian Aglukak, Nunavut Planning Commission. James, you mentioned in beginning of your presentation that there are to be balance between development and protection. As we heard today from the Government of Canada presentation, I think it's in Qikiqtani area that this idea has been mentioned that there are 400 Inuit employed at the Qikiqtani mine. We have a population of about 700. The benefit from the mining employment is about 1%. And for the caribou, harvesting as food source, clothing, and the use of caribou is 100% utilized by the population of the Qikiqtani compared to 1% benefit to the Inuit, and pay is normally at minimal at times, and releasings of the employees are very easy for the mine managers to take. The cost of living is very high, and from the two examples I gave you, that's not balancing 1% employment or 100% use of species. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Brian. I think it's been discussed for many years. The Inuit have to start becoming wage earners. Sure, yes, the Inuit lifestyle and the environment has to be protected. If there were additional courses for people to take in mining-related jobs, I'm sure there would be a lot more than what they're employing now. Also, don't forget IIBA. There's an agreement between RIAs and the mining companies. Our goal, as we always strive, is to create more jobs for the Inuit. And I understand skills training related to the mining industry is very much alive. although you may think that there are not too many Inuit employed at the mining sector, hamlets, RIAs. So continue the training to the related industry in question so employment can be found and had by the people. Even in diamond industry or otherwise, we're not going to see paper mills or any industry because we lack many things that like trees to create pulp and paper and other manufacturers. So we are trying to get the balance even, although today it doesn't look really that is balanced, but as long as there are proper regulations towards wildlife, the migration routes of the caribou, and mining exploration, I'm also made to understood that there's a work stoppage when caribou is migrating through the mining sites. And it appears not balanced according to what you said, 1% to 100%, and the mine employees. If organization would concentrate on mine training or heavy industry related to mining, the balancing would tip a bit to become more attractive, so more Inuit would be employed. It's a slow process, but it's getting there. More tomorrow, perhaps. This is our dream, and one day we're gonna wake up from the dream, and it's a reality. Thank you. Last question. IIBA, you mentioned listening to it through the news media such as Igalak. Many people are waiting for IIBA. QIA has taken a step, a court action, so this would become a reality. So it could be speed up. The process would be speed up. Yes, the balance that we are speaking of, I would prefer to see a full stomach with Inuit than being 1%. Charlie Angnak, Nunavut Planning Commission, Nunavut representative. We understand where you come from as Nunavut people. You mentioned my comment would be understood. Yes, I do understand your comment. I was expecting that this would be pretty hot topic and people would be lining up to ask you questions. But I was expecting that there would be a lot of concerns, and now I understood that the worries are not really there. Planning Commission have an office here, and this is not going to be the first hearing. And before the next one, I would like to see both staffs from organizations to be more prepared. Thank you. Yes, we'll try that. We have to be working together. we have an agreement, and they would be implemented for all of us, not just the few, not just for the government. Working together can create an agreement. We are few. I think we're only about 18,000 to 35,000 in the territory, so the number is small. Even though it's like that, we can come to many terms satisfactory to most. And sometimes this has to come out. People have create work for themselves. Working relationship has to be more in evidence in what jobs are available through agreements, put to reality through agreements. So I know it's not related to land use plan. I don't think there are any more questions. Thank you for your presentation, your answers to the questions. Questions you're not able to answer, we would appreciate written answers to the questions that are asked by written submissions. Thank you. Thank you, NTI, for your presentation. I think we will conclude the evening. We will take a present break for 10 minutes and have one more presenter, then we could conclude the evening. Before we proceed, there were inuktitut copies from the presenters. They are not found right now, so they regret this. They're not available right now, so they're English. 20 minutes, please state your name and your company, and you will have opportunity of 10 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Elizabeth Kingston, speaking on behalf of the NWT and Nunavut Chamber of Mines. My office is based in Iqaluit, and I've been living here for the past 9 years. I have prepared notes for this submission and provided them in advance to your translators. Prior to going through our presentation, I am going to read into the record statements that have been provided to me by our chamber members, Northwest Limited, North Arrow Minerals Limited, Agnico Eagle Mines, and TMAC Resources, who are all granted participant status in these hearings. I may call on our legal counsel, Christine Cobell, to assist to save my voice as we continue into tomorrow. Each of these companies, as well as the other companies that are participating in the land use planning process, intend to appear at or provide statements at the other regional hearings. As suggested by NPC, we have consolidated a number of the presentations, and overall the industry presentations should be less than the 2 hours and 40 minutes that have been allocated on the agenda. Sabina Gold and Silver Resources was originally scheduled to present during this regional hearing as well, but has agreed to defer its presentation and instead present at one or more of the other regional hearings. So I will begin with the Agnico Eagle Mines statement, which you have on the screen. Next slide, please, Peter. These are the areas, the projects that Agnico Eagle owns and is operating in the Kavalik region. And I will not go into any detail on this particular slide because I believe the company will go into more detail about their specific projects as they are all located in the Kavalik region. So next slide, please. Agnico Eagle has identified Nunavut as a strategic platform with considerable long-term investment potential, with one operating mine, Meadowbank, one advanced gold development project, Meliadine, and one new gold discovery, Amaruq, all located in the Kavalik region. We currently employ 1,200 people at our Meadowbank and Meliadine properties, including more than 400 Inuit beneficiaries. Agnico Eagle has built considerable trust with Inuit. These projects have the potential to transform the future of Nunavut for generations to come, with multi-decades of benefits in terms of continuous employment and financial benefits for the communities and governments. Agnico Eagle remains committed to the common goal of contributing to the development of a land use plan that will fully achieve the objectives spelled out in Article 11 of the Nunavut Agreement, taking into account the realities of our industry's small footprint. Next slide, please. With respect to caribou habitat, the 2016 Nunavut Land Use Plan, Section 2.2.1, the NPC has substantially changed the designations for the protection of caribou habitat, caribou freshwater crossings, and heritage rivers in the revised 2016 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, from special management areas to protected and prohibited areas. The proposed changes to the land use plan could have a significant and long-term impact on the economic development of Nunavut. We believe that blocking exploration and mining activities where there is no scientific link to the decline of caribou would unnecessarily compromise the development of other opportunities for Nunavut and Nunavummiut, while not necessarily contributing to better caribou population protection. Next slide, please. The 2016 Land Use Plan, Section 2.2.2. Caribou protection plans have been developed through a regulated and collaborative process with input from governments, regulatory bodies, regional Inuit associations, hunter and trapper associations and communities, and industry. Through the Nunavut Impact Review Board review process, industry is leading many efforts in studying and monitoring the effects of exploration and mining activities on caribou. Industry continually adapts to new information and new approaches to monitoring and reducing those impacts. Agnico Eagle is comfortable that the existing Nunavut regulatory regime allows for all stakeholders and communities to participate in the review and shaping of well-designed mineral exploration and development projects that are protective of wildlife and reducing impacts on wildlife and caribou. Agnico Eagle agrees with the government of Nunavut's position that with effective measures and monitoring programs, mineral exploration and development activities can coexist with sustainable development in caribou calving grounds, post-calving grounds, and access corridors. Next slide, please. Grandfathering of existing rights, minerals. According to the 2016 Nunavut Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, Section 6.5.1, the transition from one stage of mineral exploration and development to another may require a new conformity determination. A company should not require a conformity determination for mine development if it was granted one for exploration. Of course, all stages will have to be screened by the Nunavut Impact Review Board. An operating mine going into closure and post-closure monitoring should not need to go through conformity determination for inevitable subsequent project phases. Agnico Eagle recommends that grandfathering of existing rights on all stages of mineral exploration and development without exceptions should be included in the Nunavut Land Use Plan. Alternative energy sources. 2016 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, Section 4.3. Agnico Eagle is working with the government of Nunavut and other stakeholders on the feasibility of developing run-of-river hydropower in the Qikiqtani region on the Thalon and Kazan River. Under the proposed 2016 Land Use Plan, the protected area in the Qikiqtani region will prevent future development of any alternative energy projects on the Thalon and Kazan River watersheds. Alternative energy sources are a critical need for developing projects throughout Nunavut at remote locations and to reduce the cost of energy. Agnico Eagle recommends that infrastructure development, run-of-river hydropower of the Qikiqtani Rapids on the Thalon River and the Kazan Falls on the Kazan River should be allowed under special management. Linear infrastructure corridors. The 2016 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, Section 5.5.1.2. Agnico Eagle is working with the government of Nunavut and other stakeholders on the feasibility of developing a road and a transmission line between Manitoba and Baker Lake. Under the proposed 2016 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, the protected area in the Qikiqtani region will prevent future development of any linear infrastructure corridors from Manitoba in the Qikiqtani region. Linear infrastructure is a critical need for Nunavut for developing projects throughout Nunavut at remote locations and to reduce the cost of food and supply in the communities. Agnico Eagle recommends that infrastructure development of linear infrastructure should be allowed under special management. That concludes the presentation from Agnico Eagle Mines. Thank you.
Any questions? Peter? Thank you, Chair. Peter Alariac, NPC. First, I'd like to make a comment. In your presentation here. You gave us a PowerPoint presentation. We do not have any hard copies. And other detailed information related to your presentation. So when you do come in to present in your presentation again, please bring hot copies because PowerPoint presentation disappears when your comments are done. We would like to see information in hard copy.
I didn't find it. First, can I ask, before I say what I want to say, the life of mine of Qikiqtani, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand or catch your second question. Would you mind repeating? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm asking how long the mine have a life before it's closed down. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for your questions. With respect to the hard copies, it is unfortunate that you have not received copies of the presentation beforehand. They were emailed to NPC staff. You have them now? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't. Okay, thank you. With respect to the second question on the life of mine for the Qikiqtani projects, we will make note of this question. I would like to refer that question back to the company to ensure that the proper information is relayed. So we will follow up on that question and have that returned to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question, the mine site, I still would like to know how long it would operate because you mentioned of projects through the Qikiqtani of hydro lines and a road. I think this would impose, you won't be able to do anything until these linear infrastructures are created. Do you have mine lifespan long enough to complete the linear infrastructures? If you have a long life as a mine, say 100 years, perhaps the road and hydro lines would be worth building. Otherwise, I have no idea how long mine life is. That's why I asked when I heard of the infrastructures. Bilawi.
Thank you for your question. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's a valuable question. I would caution placing value on a piece of transportation infrastructure on simply one project or one company when there's a variety of potential projects that could come to life in the Qikiqtani region and throughout the territory, which could benefit from this type of infrastructure. So even though this company has brought forward this as an issue and a concern, it would be of benefit to the industry as a whole and communities, I believe. Thank you.
Attilo?
Go on. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just for your notification, I asked the question for the reason that you give your presentation here, so that was just a question I wanted to raise. Thank you. Charlie, you have a question. Thank you. Charlie, from Nunavut and NPC member. The hearing we're having at this time as NPC is an important process, and people have come to give their presentation. In the next hearing, we would hope that perhaps your senior members would also attend the next hearings. Thank you, Putulik. I think it was more of a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, as I indicated in my opening remarks,
Sorry, that was a statement where just telling you guys to bring, to be present next time when you for the Qikiqtani Agnico staff or somebody be present. That's what he was saying. Okay, Putulik.
When the hearing starts in Qikiqtani, will similar info will be provided, what you just in your presentation?
thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would offer that in the Qikiqtani region, and the senior officials from Agnico Eagle will be present in Rankin Inlet. Unfortunately, they were not able to attend this particular meeting, so there will be senior staff representatives from that company to talk about this issue, and I would imagine we'll get into much more detail in that region as it is more directly impacted within the Qikiqtani region. Thank you.
Thank you. You wish to add? Can't hear anything. Yes, I'd like to ask a question also. You mentioned earlier.
I'll ask in English, and I'm pretty sure it's going to go to the other. You might not be able to answer it, and I know you won't be able to answer it. I know, but you said earlier that we believe that blocking exploration and mining activities when there is no scientific link to decline of caribou would necessarily compromise the development. My question is, we've been Inui kaime tokangi and scientific method. We're both going to think about it and use it to make decisions. And do you believe in Inuit Kaime Tokangi for us to use as a tool for our decision making?
Thank you for your question. Yes, we would submit that IQ information and knowledge is very important.
Any further question? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ask more questions. The oil companies or mining companies, when they submit presentation and the officials, the senior officials and their staff submit presentations, I would like to see similar platform in the Kuwaitan in the Kuwaitan hearings. Yes, she did say when we are in Rankin that will be the case. Any further questions? None from the invited delegation. Abraham coming up from Hobbies, Hunters and Trappers. 2.2. If we can revert to that on the screen. Yes, it talks about the areas of concern by Inuits. If it was mentioned that just putting a halt to a project would not put us anywhere. We constantly hear about that when we try and raise our own issues, but because we're not being heard, so this pops up again, which I don't appreciate. So in research, for example, on caribou, the issue whether they're increasing or decreasing, and do you also include those harvested, because it must have impact to numbers counted? Is that included? I asked that question that here, and it's an important issue in Kuwait. When our hunting styles changes, if you remember, before Nunavut, we were asked to record our harvesting, and we started to understand what type of species we harvest, and it's something I thought about to do in our community, but it never gone anywhere. So it's a question I want to ask earlier too. Is that included? The harvest, are the harvests being included? Because you think it will be part of the monitoring program, if you understand my question. Thank you. Carry seat.
Thank you for your question. Through you, Mr. Chair, I will have to defer back and find an appropriate answer to that question. Thank you.
Thank you. You understand the response? Yes. Any further questions? I don't believe there are any from the observers. I don't believe there are any either. Any written submissions? No. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question that I expect will be delivered to each of the mining companies, and I'll just read it. I'll substitute the word stop for the word that's in the question, which is secede. And the question is, in the event that your development site overlaps with key caribou habitats, will you commit to stop your activities, including blasting or processing, hauling, and flying? That was from a participant.
Christine Cobell, Legal Counsel for the Chamber. Could I ask that you just read that question more slowly? I think we only got 1 in 5 of those words down.
The question has the word secede in it, and I'm taking secede out for translation purposes and substituting stop. I think that's probably a fair substitution. In the event that your development site overlaps with the key caribou habitats, will you commit to stop your activities, including blasting or processing, hauling, and flying?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. I would have to defer that back and have that answered by the company. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all? Thank you. I don't believe there are any more questions. Thank you for your presentation. And not all the questions were answered, but we should expect written responses. Thank you. Tomorrow, I apologize, Aniko Ego was presenting this evening. Thank you. Tomorrow, we'll resume again at 9 o'clock.
Atohek magluk pinahut hitamat Tuhan nalikpa Tuhan na ufiglarichi. Oh, good. Yeah. We have 2 main exits located in these corners. Also, to my left is an emergency exit. The washrooms are next door to the main exits, and the invited participants are to my left. And presentation table. Please, if you have a cell phone, turn them off, please, or mute them. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. We will start the proceedings. This morning we have a Government of Canada presentation. They have been allotted 1 hour and additional hour for questions, so for the total of 2 hours. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. It's my pleasure to have the opportunity to be here with everyone in Iqaluit, and I've learned a lot so far in listening to the presentations from the community members in particular. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The reason we're here is to participate in the planning process to help design the best possible land use plan, recognizing that this is a first-generation plan. In this way, we can all help the territory develop in a way that honors the past, respects the present, and prepares for the future. Over the years, a lot of thought and work has gone into the draft plan from the Commission, elders, communities, Inuit organizations, governments, industry, and other participants. Of course, our work is not done yet. Having a good plan in place will be a success for all those who have contributed their knowledge, time, and energy to developing a vision for Nunavut's future. We're grateful for the opportunity to listen to you and to speak with all of you about progress that we are making and about issues that still need to be resolved. We would like to talk about our concerns and continue listening to yours. That way, we can work together on how to best develop a plan that works for everyone today and into the future. Next slide, please. I'd like first to introduce my federal colleagues. We did this yesterday, but through the course of the 1 hour of questions, I will often ask them to answer questions related to their specific areas of responsibility. So I would like to ask them briefly to come up again and introduce themselves. So from Transport Canada.
Morning, Mr. Chair and Commission members and community partners. My name is Desmond Raymond. I'm the Regional Director for Marine Safety and Security for the Prairie Northern Region. Myself and my team of inspectors and officers are located in Winnipeg and Edmonton, and we're responsible for ensuring that all vessels and crews operating in the Arctic apply by all the legislative requirements and regulations, and working with all of our partners throughout the territories that all other aspects of joint management that apply to shipping are made very well aware. I myself am based in Winnipeg. I'm originally from Newfoundland, and I'll take the advice of a friend from Pond Inlet, Abraham, and attempt to speak very slowly, so I will make life for the translators very easy. So those of you who know people from Newfoundland know sometimes we can talk very quick, so I will do my best. And I look forward to answering any questions and discussing the concerns and the opportunities with all of our partners here today. Thank you.
From the Canadian Coast Guard.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all the participants and communities that are here with us today. Much like Desmond Raymond, I'm a director here from the Canadian Coast Guard. Obviously, I think everybody understands the importance of the Canadian Coast Guard, and we're here to listen to the communities to understand the important needs and how we can serve the North in a way that aligns with the plan. And so I'm here to discuss any of those concerns and answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
From Environment and Climate Change Canada.
Udlakut. I'm Vicki Johnston, Environment and Climate Change Canada. I live in Yellowknife. And if you have questions after the presentation that have to do with migratory bird key habitat sites or endangered species and the Species at Risk Act, I would be pleased to answer those.
From Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Morning, everyone. My name's Ron Eamon. I'm with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. I'm actually from Winnipeg. We do have an office here, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. And likewise with Vicki, if there are any questions afterwards, if you prefer just talking to me one-on-one, I'm very much available as well. Thank you.
From Natural Resources Canada.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, participants and community members. My name is Amandeep Garcha. I'm here from the Department of Natural Resources, the Earth Sciences sector. I'd be happy to answer any questions after this meeting regarding geoscience knowledge and mineral potential in the North. Thank you.
And to my left from Justice Canada.
Udlaku Excavator, Arni Angutilu, Ken Landa Nuyunga, Maligali Yunga Gavamakuni Kanatami, Tabani Nunataka Klautunga Kanuni, Kisiani Ulumi, Nunaka Lunga Yalonaimi. And because my particular dialect of Inuktitut might be the hardest to understand, I think I'll say that again in English. Good morning, Qikiqtani, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ken Landa. I used to live here in Nunavut, but I now live in Yellowknife, and I'm a lawyer for the Government of Canada.
Thank you all. Next slide, please. The Government of Canada applied a number of principles when reviewing the draft plan. These principles have also guided our participation in the planning process. First and foremost, the plan and the planning process must fully respect the Nunavut Agreement and support what the Nunavut Agreement was meant to accomplish. This means, this means the plan must clearly reflect the values of Nunavummiut, taking into account the interests of all Canadians. The agreement requires wide and meaningful engagement on the plan, providing for the active and informed participation of Inuit and other residents. We recognize the great value of discussions this week, but we have also heard concerns raised in a number of submissions and raised here this week as well, suggesting that communities would like more input to meaningfully inform and review the current version of the plan. For these discussions to be successful, we all need to see clearly how factors such as economic opportunities, transportation needs, and environmental considerations are weighed in planning decisions. We also need to see clearly the implications of land use designations now and into the future. This is an important requirement and one that must be satisfied before a draft plan can be considered for approval. The plan must also provide clarity and certainty for users and regulators that need to understand how the plan will apply to proposed projects. It must be clear how the plan is to be implemented, and it should guide and support government and regulators in delivering their mandates. Finally, the plan needs to work as part of Nunavut's broader integrated regulatory framework. Other institutions of public government under the Nunavut Agreement, as well as federal and territorial regulators, all have roles to support management of issues that concern all of us and have come up in the land use planning process. Next slide, please. So I will make some general comments here about the land use plan. Then I will work through some specific issues you see listed on the screen. And then I will come back and speak to the overall process going forward and some advice we have. Next slide, please. The Commission's task of developing a first-generation land use plan is immense and challenging because Nunavut is immense and diverse, because it is rapidly changing, and because there are many different interests and values, all of which need to be understood and respected. Further, the Commission must tackle a number of important and complex issues. The plan must reflect the values of Nunavummiut and our state of knowledge in a changing world. For some issues, there is too much uncertainty, either because the environment is changing or because we just don't yet know enough to make clear decisions. On these issues, it is wisest to allow other parts of the regulatory system to do their job. Therefore, the Commission should be prepared to adjust the scope of this first-generation plan to focus on decisions that can be supported by scientific evidence and by IQ, or by strong demonstration of community values. This approach will make a strong foundation on which future versions of the land use plan can be built. Next slide, please. I spoke earlier about how the Nunavut Land Use Plan needs to connect social, cultural, environmental, and economic values. We have heard a lot about that through the course of this week so far. We've also heard a lot about development and protection. Sometimes trade-offs are necessary, and tough choices are necessary. But the role of the plan, operating as part of a whole regulatory system, is to provide guidance on a way forward that avoids making false choices today that might have unintended consequences in the future. For example, in some cases, the prohibitions in the draft plan associated with protected area designations will pose a barrier to economic development of Nunavut, in particular natural resource development. We have suggested in our submission ways to manage caribou protection while allowing for economic opportunities by using science and traditional knowledge, by consulting widely, by using a full range of planning tools. We believe the Commission can find better ways to protect and develop. It all depends on the way wildlife is protected and the way economic development is allowed. One other thing we're looking for in this process is a clear understanding of how information was collected and considered to address given issues. Without this information, it is difficult to review the plan since we're not sure what evidence was considered and how they were weighted for each land use designation. So the Commission should be clear in communication in response to questions of its rationale when making land use decisions. In particular, any choices and their consequences should be made clear within the plan and in the options and recommendations document. Next slide, please. I would like to speak now about certain planning tools that are or can be used in the draft plan. And the Commission, in their opening presentation, provided a list of these tools and expressed an interest in further information about how they could be applied. In many places, by pointing to other planning tools, other conditions, and indeed other bodies, the plan can do a better job at supporting both wildlife protection and economic development. They can help the plan be more inherently adaptable to a changing environment, to the views and values of Nunavummiut, and to circumstance. I will have some concrete suggestions later on in my presentation, and we can discuss this through questions as to how to achieve this, especially with seasonal and what we call general caribou protections. Next slide, please. I would like to spend a moment now on the topic of the planning process itself. The Government of Canada has requested in previous written submissions and at the pre-hearing last September that the Commission consider changing the planning process in an effort to work through outstanding issues. We expect that the draft plan will undergo significant revisions once the public hearings are finished and as outstanding issues including those raised this week, are resolved. Therefore, the Government of Canada recommends that the next steps in the process are developed with input to ensure that the plan is ready prior to being sent for approval. This process should include public participation and input, a review of the scope of this first generation land use plan, a legal, technical, and editorial review, and collaboration to find acceptable solutions to any remaining large issues of concern.
Before you go, can you speak to your mic a little closer? Because there are times when it's really hard to understand. I just want to hear it.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Do you want me to go back? Yes, thank you. Marine transportation. Now I would like to turn to a series of substantive issues and provide advice on how to manage conservation and development at the same time. The Government of Canada recognizes the importance of the Arctic marine environment, the need to protect it, and the significance it holds for Nunavut and all Canadians. Arctic waters are an integral part of life in the North, providing habitat for wildlife relied upon by hunters and trappers, by communities for transportation and annual sea lift resupply, and for economic opportunities through infrastructure and project development, as well as shipping in the North. Transport Canada and the Canadian Coast Guard work effectively with all partners, many of whom are here today, to ensure that vessels entering Canada's Arctic waters are closely monitored and are capable of navigating safely. For example, the Canadian Coast Guard operates the Marine Communications and Traffic Services Centre in Iqaluit, which monitors vessel traffic in the Canadian Arctic and liaises with Transport Canada, who ensures vessels are compliant with the safety regulations, specifically regarding the capability of the vessel and its crew to navigate safely in Arctic waters. It was encouraging to learn from the Commission during the presentation on the first day of this hearing that there is no intent to restrict navigation for the purposes of providing emergency services, including search and rescue, or environmental response, or essential services such as ice breaking to enable community resupply. Although the Government of Canada shares many of the same concerns with the Commission regarding factors to consider in the development of land use plans, we continue to advocate for important amendments to the marine shipping sections of the plan to ensure that serious unintended consequences are avoided. I will highlight some important areas of concern that require further consideration. We remain concerned that provisions for marine emergency services, ice breaking to support community resupply, and other measures to support safe navigation are not sufficiently defined so as to avoid unintended consequences over the life of the plan. The proposed restrictions could also affect defense operations in the North, For example, the Department of National Defense operates the North Warning System, which is part of Canada's North American Aerospace Defense Command, known as NORAD. Canada has an agreement with the United States and must meet its NORAD obligations to maintain and operate the North Warning System stations. In some cases, proposed restrictions could potentially prevent the access of resupply ships to the Rowley Island North Warning System station, which could limit Canada's ability to operate the system and fulfill its obligations. They could also restrict access to the Royal Canadian Navy that conducts surveillance, enforcement, and exercise of sovereignty operations related to national defense. It should be noted that we are fully committed to meeting our obligations under the Nunavut Agreement, but in doing so, we must also meet international obligations. For example, Canada has a treaty with the United States called the Arctic Cooperation Agreement, in which the Government of Canada has undertaken to facilitate navigation by U.S. icebreakers. Any measure under the Nunavut Land Use Plan that prohibits navigation in some areas may be inconsistent with Canada's obligation under that agreement. In listening to the discussion this week, it is clear that there is a desire from all parties to ensure that the future of shipping in Nunavut is sustainable and managed in an open and inclusive manner to ensure safety and environmental protection. We completely agree and support this need. Next slide, please. Marine transportation and wildlife management issues are dynamic, ever-changing, and affected by forces such as weather, ice conditions, and climate change. We are concerned that the land use plan may not be the best way to manage how complex these evolving challenges are. Because of this, we recommend that the marine transportation restrictions that cause the complete closure of marine corridors be removed from this first iteration of the land use plan. That said, we do recognize that important environmental protections can be achieved through designation of targeted areas that provide appropriate setbacks. For example, sensitive bird breeding colonies, walrus haulouts, and beluga calving grounds. Ongoing and collaborative discussions would help to further the understanding of the rationale for selection of the marine transportation restrictions. Within the existing regulatory framework for shipping in Nunavut, we recognize there is room to improve opportunities for collaboration. Through improved collaboration together, we can make progress on the important concerns we have heard throughout this process and protect wildlife, the environment, and achieve the intention of a first-generation land use plan. The Nunavut Agreement created a way for all of us to work together in collaboration. That is why we are recommending the Nunavut Marine Council, which is comprised of the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Planning Commission, and the Nunavut Water Board, working with you and working with us as the best path forward. In addition to the Nunavut Marine Council, there are other fora which would allow for collaborative and ongoing discussions with the Commission, community members, and industry stakeholders regarding marine transportation in Nunavut. The Commission, as part of the Nunavut Marine Council, could also participate in these fora, as well as in daily teleconference held with the Canadian Coast Guard and the shipping industry during the Arctic shipping season to ensure that it is managed with maximum effectiveness. Greater inclusion of Nunavummiut will provide an opportunity for ongoing collaboration and engagement and provide a forum to work together to develop solutions to marine transportation concerns. The Government of Canada believes that there are many benefits to using an integrated approach to the existing regulatory system. This will allow for more effective integration of Inuit and scientific knowledge and allow for a coordinated effort to understand the impacts of climate change and shifting ice conditions, for example, within the Nunavut settlement area. Whatever plan we eventually have will, of course, need to be implemented. Right now, we are not clear on the expectations or what will be involved in the implementation process. So it seems important that there be more discussion involving the Commission, including the communities, on what implementation of the plan could include, considering what limitations there might be. In summary, on the issue of marine transportation, we appreciate that it is a complex issue, and the use of existing mechanisms outside of the land use planning process will avoid delaying this first generation plan, while these complex issues are better understood and worked through in partnership. Skip through the next slide, please, and I will now talk to linear terrestrial infrastructure. I would now like to focus on the land, specifically linear infrastructure. Nunavut's terrestrial infrastructure currently lacks transportation options for people and goods between communities to southern transportation networks and to viable port locations, which is important for economic development. The land use plan can do better at helping to resolve this deficit. Currently, the default position in the draft plan is generally to prohibit linear infrastructure, particularly roads and railways. We are of the opinion that a better balance can be struck. Canada would like to see a plan in which the default position is to allow linear infrastructure in all mixed-use zones and special management zones, but with appropriate terms and conditions. Linear infrastructure may be prohibited in some protected areas where it is incompatible with conservation. We would expect the same approach for all linear infrastructure, including highways and railways. Significant transportation routes that are supported by communities, Inuit organizations, and governments, like the proposed Grays Bay Road and Port Project, and like the proposed Nunavut to Manitoba Road, should be allowed for in the plan as permitted land uses, regardless of the zone they traverse. It would be a lost opportunity for the significant support and resources already invested in these transportation links to be overlooked. These and other linear projects, if they are pursued, will be assessed by the Nunavut Impact Review Board, which would determine appropriate project-specific mitigation with a view to protecting the values important to particular regions. Canada is not supportive of a default plan amendment process for each and every linear infrastructure proposal, and instead recommends plan amendments as an option only when linear infrastructure is proposed in zones that prohibit that type of land use. If linear infrastructure, including highways and railways, is permitted in all mixed use and special management areas, as we propose, plan amendments would be a much less frequent requirement. We also do not support conducting alternatives assessments during the plan conformity process for the location or type of linear infrastructure. The fact that there may be better alternatives to a project design is an important issue for the impact assessment process. However, when looking at the land use plan, users should be able to tell if the project stands a good chance of getting a positive conformity determination. Including these types of requirements in the plan creates uncertainty, reduces efficiency, and duplicates in part the Nunavut Impact Review Board's impact assessment process. Canada is of the opinion that its recommendations better support multiple stakeholder interests, provide clarity in understanding where linear infrastructure is allowed, and provide an efficient conformity determination process. Next slide, please. So I'll now turn to caribou protection. We recognize, of course, and have heard so much this week about how important caribou are. There are real concerns over recent population declines, and we agree that there's a need to provide meaningful protection for caribou. At the same time, mineral development remains a vital source of economic development for the territory and for many regional communities. It also creates important employment opportunities for Nunavummiut. This requires careful consideration of how to place restrictions on land use that protect caribou while having the least possible impact on economic opportunity. The approach the Government of Canada is recommending would in many cases replace the year-round prohibitions in the draft plan with two types of protection measures. First, seasonal protections would stop all activities in defined caribou habitats at specific times of the year. For example, projects in core calving areas could be shut down over pre-established dates. Second, more general protection measures that are sensitive to local circumstance would stop certain activities no matter where they are located when caribou are close by. While the Government of Canada recognizes the specifics of both seasonal and general protections require further discussion to include local expertise and regional considerations, together, these kinds of measures could provide consistency, clarity, and certainty for proponents and for regulatory bodies. If they are worded clearly, the Nunavut Impact Review Board and other regulators could implement them NERB and regulators would examine the project-specific impacts to caribou and determine what other mitigation measures may be required. These measures should be developed based on up-to-date science and IQ, and then incorporated into the plan. The government of Nunavut has provided maps of important habitats and dates when these habitats are most likely to be used. Communities have also provided information on location and timing of use of caribou habitats. This information is a good starting point to develop these measures, but more discussion and more community is required within the planning process. Once developed, the measures should be kept up to date based on science and IQ research and monitoring. To keep the measures effective, and all planning partners will need to commit to a regular review of the measures and adopting an efficient approach to any required amendments to the plan. And we look forward to participating in further discussion on these measures as invited by the Commission in their opening presentation. I'll now turn to key migratory bird habitat sites. Our overall view is that the key bird habitat site protections in the plan are well-founded scientifically and contain sufficient precision, clarity, and flexibility to be a good example of how the plan can work. We believe this is because there's been an effective partnership between the Government of Canada and the Commission. However, despite the community presentations during this hearing, we do feel that more engagement with the communities would be beneficial. The Government of Canada was asked by the Commission to provide technical information about key bird habitat sites, and we did. The Commission has incorporated much of this information and advice into the draft plan. A review of the written submissions to the Planning Commission shows that although the majority of stakeholders have not voiced any opinion about these sites, several support the current zoning of key habitat sites, including some communities that have presented at this public hearing. And two groups, the Inuit associations and the Chamber of Mines, have voiced concerns. Our analysis shows that 4 of the 50 key bird habitat sites overlap with mineral leases, mineral claims, or co-leases, that 5 have subsurface Inuit-owned lands within their proposed boundaries, and 8 have surface lands within their proposed boundaries. Finally, we would remind the Commission and others that setbacks on activities around key nesting sites are seasonal. That is, they would only apply while birds are present and they are subject to safety and search and rescue exemptions. In conclusion, the Government of Canada believes that community views on key bird habitat sites on a site-by-site basis are equally important to ensure that the Nunavut Land Use Plan meets the expectations of those communities. While we are encouraged by the amount of community engagement and participation at this first regional public hearing, we still believe that more community consultations are warranted. I'll now turn to the subject of mineral potential. Mineral development and conservation goals can pull decision makers in different directions, but this does not have to be the case. Sustainable development of Nunavut's mineral resources and the goal of economic self-sufficiency of Nunavut are both important. And as I have noted, the purpose of the regulatory system as laid out in the Nunavut Agreement is to find a way to respect and promote both of these values. The challenge is to make choices, but also to understand the impacts of those choices. As I've noted already, investment in mineral exploration and development is a key driver of the Nunavut economy. The industry provides benefits such as jobs, training, local business opportunities, benefit agreements, tax revenue, and royalties. We have heard community members acknowledge the mineral potential of areas near them, along with concerns for sustaining the wildlife for hunting. We have also heard comments from community members that they would like certain areas to be protected now, but this could change if they had a voice in decisions at the early stage of exploration. It has to be understood that once an area is given some form of protection status, it is unlikely to be considered for mineral potential. Investment decisions on mineral exploration require certainty of access to an area even before exploration activities begin. This is what I mean by fully understanding the implications of land use designations. We request that communities, governments, and Inuit organizations closely examine the implications of protecting areas with mineral potential. Should communities decide to support prohibitions on mineral development, industry will be sent a negative message affecting, indeed, the overall investment climate of the territory. If communities wish to support mineral development after the land use plan has been finalized, there is no certainty that industry will return or how long the plan amendment process may take. We ask that the Commission, in discussion with governments, Inuit, industry, and communities, clearly and transparently weigh the benefits and what will be given up so that the choices and consequences of decisions can be well understood by everyone. The Government of Canada recommends that the approach to caribou protection through habitat restrictions be carefully considered so as to have the least possible impact on future mineral exploration and development projects. I will now discuss the issue of existing rights and interests. Another issue of importance to economic development is how the draft plan impacts existing rights and interests. First, I want to be clear that I am not talking about existing projects. Under the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, these projects may continue at the same level after the plan is approved. What I am speaking about is companies and prospectors that have existing rights to lands and minerals and would want to grow and develop that right. The prohibitions in the draft plan in areas designated as protected would prevent rights holders in these areas from developing, for instance, from a mineral exploration project to an operating mine. If the current plan were adopted, there could be significant negative impacts to economic investment as a result. As I said earlier, the Commission needs to consider the values of development and conservation while keeping in mind the primary purpose of the land use plan as to protect and promote the existing and future well-being. Decisions that are based on a clear rationale, transparent criteria, and the best available science, IQ, and community input will give confidence in the process and the decisions that must be made. Decisions made without demonstrating this rationale will send a negative message to potential investors and could result in less money invested in Nunavut projects, businesses, and jobs. We ask that the Commission take steps to ensure the planning process fosters discussion with governments, Inuit, industry, and communities about the specific locations where there are existing interests in mineral development that could be prohibited from moving forward under the draft plan. The objective of these discussions would be to consider adjusting the planning rules so that these prohibitions would not apply in specific locations where there are existing mineral rights and interests that should be permitted to develop. Meaningful partnerships between institutions of public government, governments, Inuit organizations, and industry stakeholders are important to ensuring Inuit are able to share in the opportunities and benefits of natural resource development. I'll now move to the slide on drafting, please. It's natural for a document of this size to have drafting glitches, even when there is broad support for the underlying land use choice. However, in the draft plan, we're not always certain what the policy aim is or whether there is broad support. Some language in the draft plan is unclear and at times appears to be contradictory or could be interpreted in that way. This makes the review of the plan challenging and at times difficult to understand its consequences. To give you one example, the phrase "subject to safe navigation." We assume the Commission was trying to accommodate concerns raised by the government in Canada, in fact. However, subject to safe navigation could mean ships cannot not go into an area unless it's absolutely necessary for the safety of the vessel. Or it could mean that ships can travel into areas as long as it's done in a safe manner. So that's an example of a possible contradictory interpretation. So it's important that the scope for these different interpretations be reduced to the extent possible. This is just one example, and it's easy to fix. I pointed out to show that clear writing in the plan will require a specific process step where the Commission works with us and other interested parties to refine the language in the draft plan to ensure clarity and consistency and to eliminate potential ambiguities and misinterpretations. I'd now like to talk briefly about the overlapping designations. Maps are the way the Commission communicates land use designations to the users of the plan, as we've seen very effectively here this week. As such, maps form the basis of implementation of the land use decisions. Therefore, they need to be as accurate and accessible as possible. Users of this plan need to understand what land use designations apply to a given area at very different scales. And we've had some very interesting discussions and presentations this week. One concern is that overlapping designations make understanding what is and is not allowed in these areas unclear. For example, and this is not an example from this region, but I will present it, the Thelon River Alternative Energy Infrastructure is given special management status, but also lies within the Caribou Freshwater Crossing Area, which is a protected area. so freshwater crossings prohibit hydroelectric and related infrastructure. However, this is the only allowed land use in that special management area. The Government of Canada recognizes this is a specialized field, and we're very open to working with the Commission and other stakeholders to ensure we have accurate maps at appropriate scales. I'd now like to talk briefly about the NPC's recommendations to government. In a number of places in the draft plan, discussions on a specific topic are followed by a recommendation that government take particular actions to address the issue. These recommendations are compiled in Annex C of the draft plan. But the draft plan is not clear about how these recommendations to government are intended to be treated. Our understanding is that the Commission intends the recommendations to be advice and that they not form part of the plan that the government has the duty to implement under the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. For greater certainty, though, we recommend that the plan clearly state that these recommendations are the Commission's advice on actions to take on these matters and don't fall within the duty government has to implement the plan. I will now talk briefly about scientific research. Currently, in protected areas in the draft plan, scientific research that relates to a prohibited land use is also prohibited, except for what is called non-exploitive scientific research. It is important that prohibitions target the activities that are threats to the value which the plan is trying to protect. On its own, scientific research should not impair that value. The Government of Canada recommends that prohibitions on scientific research therefore be removed. The importance of scientific research and IQ cannot be understated, as they contribute to the knowledge base that will help to inform decision making. Scientific research should be encouraged together with IQ, as they will help the development of the land use plan over time. So the next slide, please. And this is my final slide, and then I'll be finished the formal presentation. In summary, in our view, there are still some significant issues to be resolved before a draft plan can be finalized. I've identified them. The plan needs to point a way forward that manages and respects the many important goals, values, and priorities it is mandated to respect in the Nunavut Agreement. It needs to balance conservation and cultural and economic interests in an appropriate and flexible way. While this is a first-generation plan, it is risky to assume errors or unintended consequences can be easily changed. Planning can take years, and the amendment process is unclear and uncertain. For this reason, it is vital that the process is a meaningful and inclusive one. It's also our view that once the plan is revised following the public hearings, stakeholders should have the opportunity to review the plan, and additional work should occur to allow for public participation at both the regional and local level. The Government of Canada supports a collaborative approach in designing next steps in the process. which allows for active and informed public participation at both the regional and local level. This is key to the successful development of the plan. So I would like to thank you all for taking the time to listen to my long presentation, and we're now open and happy to receive questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Before we go on to question from here, I think there's some written questions. Alan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Alan Blair, Legal Counsel to the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair, to put questions we've received in advance of the hearing to participants as they come forward. Thank you, Canada, for your presentation this morning and the valuable work you do with the Commission to further this plan process. First questions that we've received from other parties relate to caribou. If protected areas are not established through the land use plan for protecting the most important caribou habitats, such as core caribou calving grounds, will INAC stop permitting mineral exploration and mining activities in these areas? If not, will thresholds be established for limiting disturbance to caribou and habitat in these areas?
Thanks for the question. Well, INAC clearly recognizes the importance of caribou and supports including meaningful protections while allowing for economic opportunities for Nunavut. As provided in our written submission, the Government of Canada has recommended the land use plan impose measures intended to limit disturbance to caribou while allowing for economic development opportunities. It's our view that the land use plan, in collaboration with other parts of the regulatory system, such as land use permitting and the impact assessment process, would collectively offer effective protection measures.
Thank you. Question: if the first Nunavut land use plan does not incorporate any form of caribou protection measures, not even the original measures that are included in the current Qikiqtani regional land use plan, will INAC continue to include the original measures as conditions of federal land use permits? If so, what level of effort will be implemented for compliance, monitoring, and enforcement?
Well, this is a quite hypothetical question. INAC would continue to implement protections for caribou. However, in the absence of direction from the land use plan, the protections would be based on the work of other parts of the regulatory system, such as the impact assessment process. INAC will implement any measures within our jurisdiction that are the outcome of these processes. In addition, the Government of Canada will continue to work with other caribou management organizations, such as the Government of Nunavut and the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board.
Thank you. If some form of mobile caribou protection measures are adopted as part of the land use plan or outside of the plan, will government agencies and industries work together on further development of these measures, including testing their effectiveness? If so, who will pay for the work? Which agencies will be responsible for monitoring caribou distribution and compliance of industry with the measures as the caribou at mobile protection areas move between federal and Inuit-owned lands?
Well, for the reasons outlined at the end of the question, it's really too early to answer these questions because caribou management involves so many different parties, such as the Government of Nunavut, Inuit organizations, and other institutions of public government. What I will say is that the Government of Canada is committed to working with these other organizations that have responsibilities for caribou as set out in the Nunavut Agreement and to develop effective caribou protection measures.
Thank you. Canada has consistently opposed development on the transboundary porcupine caribou calving grounds in Alaska. That is, Canada's position is that calving grounds in Alaska should be protected. Why is Canada taking a diametrically opposite view on protecting caribou in Canadian calving grounds?
I would not characterize that as a diametrically opposite position. We do support clearly and vigorously area-based protections for the porcupine caribou herd, partly because of the confined and constricted nature of the geography there. In other areas of Nunavut, we believe that seasonal and what we call general protections are more appropriate given a very different landscape.
Thank you. A question now on the treaty that you made reference to between Canada and the U.S. Relating in navigation through the Northwest Passage. I was going to ask you to describe the treaty, but instead I'll summarize, I think in a layman's language, what I think it is, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Canada has asserted it has sovereignty over the Northwest Passage. The American government position does not acknowledge that. And I believe the treaty can simply be stated as the Americans will notify us if they wish to transit the Northwest Passage, give us advance notice in effect, and Canada will not deny that. That's the short, high-level summary of the treaty.
To my understanding, that's a pretty good high-level summary.
Okay, I didn't negotiate it. When was that treaty negotiated? I'm just thinking of a time frame.
I'm told approximately 30 years.
And thank you. Were Inuit consulted prior to or during that treaty negotiation?
I'm not aware, so we would have to follow up on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Perhaps that's the answer to the question, but the question is, to what degree were issues such as on-ice transportation and traditional travel routes, as well as caribou crossings, considered during that treaty negotiation? Perhaps you could follow up on that if you don't know now. Or
I could speculate, but I won't, so what I'll do is we'll follow up.
All right. Mr. Chair, I have a number of other questions, but I don't want to monopolize the time without letting the participants ask questions, but I will have more if you'd like to move to other parts of the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Any questions? Putulik. There is a treaty with Canada, federal government and Nunavut pertaining to the fact that Nunavut mule are very protective of their wildlife. If some exploration company want to do some exploration or conduct oil exploration, the area of concern, whether it's on land or water, the areas, in particularly the hunting grounds, what protection would be in place in the areas where they depend on for subsistence? Who's going to be prioritized, or are the exploration companies? How would Canada view conflicting views?
So I assume you are asking if seasonal or general conditions are put in place, how would the caribou, how would the caribou protection be managed? I think the answer is that there would be conditions attached to the such as seasonal restrictions, which would prohibit access to the land during the period of time it is decided that it is important for caribou. The whole regulatory system, as outlined in the Nunavut Agreement and NUPA, as embodied in the land use plan in the impact assessment process, would work together to ensure that those interests are balanced, which is to say, to ensure that the caribou are protected as much as they need to be protected, while allowing, at other periods of time, exploration activity to access those particular areas where there is mineral potential.
Tema. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Alagak, Planning Commission. Under the marine transportation, you talked about search and rescue, emergency response, national defense, national security, and community resupply. Because of those, on next page, the recommendation is Government of Canada recommend that marine transportation restriction be removed from draft plan. Looking at those, I can understand your concern because of the security of Canada. I can see that. But for example, we talked about the Pandanit area and the mine and the seal pups being disturbed and transportation on ice for the hunters be cut off, even though they're going to try and bridge it so they can get across. And when we talked about we don't want icebreakers going through that certain area, would you still be saying that the Planning Commission take that out of the draft? That's my question. Thank you.
No, we're not proposing that all marine restrictions be removed. We certainly support buffer zones and set-asides around bird habitats, walrus haulouts, and other areas that are important to wildlife.
Charlie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlie Angak from Nunavut and Planning Commission member. Yesterday, it was mentioned, or comments were made, that if an earthquake take place in Nunavut or any emergency would occur, is Canada ready to, or is Canada prepared to respond to a situation? For example, recently there was an earthquake near Resolute Bay. What any readiness did you have? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I will turn to some experts behind me, but the short answer is absolutely yes. Canada is always prepared to respond and assist communities anywhere in the country when there are emergencies. In terms of speaking to our state of readiness, perhaps one of my colleagues can address that.
Thank you for the opportunity. Robert Brooks, Canadian Coast Guard. The Canadian Coast Guard currently operates across the Canadian Arctic between the months of June and November. We operate up to 7 icebreakers in a normal year that are equipped with a range of equipment to deal with emergency response in the marine environment. We also have a highly trained crew that are capable of exercising a number of emergency functions, as well as helicopters on a number of our vessels. While I can't speak to the particulars of an earthquake scenario, I can say that the Canadian Coast Guard would unequivocally be at the ready to respond and support any efforts, whether they be federal, territorial, or community-based,
just
for any
slow
emergency.
down a little bit for the translator.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So just to summarize, that if there were an emergency within Nunavut or within the Arctic, the Canadian Coast Guard would support any emergency effort to the greatest extent of our capabilities with our assets and our trained crew. Thank you.
That's all. Butulik. With so much ship traffic, as we heard, in particular, tourism and cruise ships that carry a lot of passengers, and they come to shores and elsewhere with a lot of people involved, and they go to bird colonies where bird breed, their habitats. The areas where nesting takes place are sheer cliffs that go right down to the deep waters, and often the ships will go right near the cliffs, and the passengers who are there to look at the sights, they're disturbing the birds. How then would that improve? This was one of the discussions raised, and who will be the designation organization allowing permits and outlining conditions to perhaps improve the situation of too much traffic, and in particular, so first I say, people here feel they are being disrupted more and more. So how can that be resolved? If someone is conducting an activity and they're causing a lot of disturbance, which is the case, and the fact that some steps must be taken was discussed. What knowledge or approach have you taken upon on this?
Thank you for the question, and we do share your concern, as do other partners. So take this out so I can focus a little bit better. We have worked since August of this past year with partners from the Nunavut Impact Review Board and the Environmental Impact Screening Committee, as well as partners within the industry, other government departments, and territorial and academia, to start addressing that issue. We've developed jointly a draft guidance document for cruise ships operating in the Canadian Arctic that identify the joint management that occurs in the Canadian Arctic amongst the federal, territorial, and land claim partners that work together in the Arctic. We've identified within this draft document what they're required to do under federal, territorial, and land claims requirements. More importantly, having those partners involved with us, we've identified what steps they must take, when they must take them, who they should be in contact with, and what their responsibilities are as operators. We've also taken the opportunity to work with various partners through a coordinated strategy and a funding mechanism called the Northern Community Engagement Strategy, which has provided us with $200,000 a year to bring community members in to work with us and assist us with development of issues in the marine sector. What we've also worked with our partners on in this guidance document is best management practices that the communities want to see with respect to all aspects of this activity. Recently, we've had sessions in Pond Inlet in Inuvik where we've identified about 20 separate practices that the community members want to see, including, as you've identified, sir, concerns with interactions with wildlife, proximity to very specific, okay, and particular areas. I should have listened to my good friend in Pond Inlet about slowing down, so I want to make sure I get across, so my apologies for that. We've utilized the Nunavut Marine Council and working with the Nunavut Marine Council to seek consultation from all community members on this guidance document, and it will be posted on their website Monday. And we really look forward to getting as much input and ideas that we can incorporate to make this a very strong guidance document that identifies what they must do as well as what they should be doing in operating. I hope that provides some idea of the work that we're doing and how we've done it through our partners, including the Nunavut Marine Council.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, perhaps before Peter has a follow-up question, might I ask one question arising from Peter's question, please?
I'll let Peter ask first. You can ask after.
Thank you.
Ovidia also want to ask a question. Once we get to you, you can answer a question.
Peter Aloya. I guess I'm asking similar question to what Putu de Cow asked about the closeness of the ship to the cliff when they're watching birds. I have seen a cruise ship because I was on it. Being a hunter, I'm very quick to see wildlife from distance. And because I have seen a polar bear on the iceberg, I saw it about maybe 4 or 5 miles away, and it was sleeping. I pointed out to the group, and I guess it was my mistake for pointing it out because the ship decided it's going to go nearby it. And going by it, I didn't really mind. But in order to satisfy the clients they have, it got pretty close. Not only close, but it went around the iceberg so they can take pictures. And that poor polar bear was sleeping. It got disturbed and it was kind of a not so comfortable with a big ship going around it. I don't know if you have any watchdog on each ship that go through Northwest Passage or something like that, but I was not a watchdog, but I was a guard for the tourists. And I was feeling sorry for the poor bear. What kind of a restriction do you have? Something like that. Thank you.
Qayandami, Uvaga Vicky Johnston, Environment Canada. I cannot speak about disturbing bears, but I can speak about disturbing the birds at the seabird colonies. We recommended to the Planning Commission, and it is currently in the draft land use plan, that there are setbacks for ships around the seabird colonies and around colonies of eiders, Mitak and Kinglik. So right now, ships have to stay 500 meters away from the bird colonies, and small vessels like Zodiacs have to stay 100 meters away from the cliffs. The Planning Commission has that in the land use plan right now, and the purpose is to prevent disturbance to the birds while they're nesting on the cliffs. Thank you.
Peter? OVD, before we go to Alan, all that OVD cast. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, because I'm starting to understand, because I am fluent Inuktitut speaker as an Inuk. It's better to have good communication between each other, to work together. When you don't have good understanding between each other, it's very confusing. So I just wanted to point that out, and I would like to ask, have you considered as well the planes, the flying objects, when they fly over, particularly over caribou grounds, because caribou are our food? Have you also considered measures that could be used in order to prevent disturbance?
Desmond Raymond, Transport Canada. With respect to the aspects of planes operating and levels of plane operating, we do look at the aspects of those operations and all the impacts that they can have. I'm not the expert in planes, and I'll make sure that we follow up on our behalf to ensure that the appropriate technical response gets provided back, and we apologize that we don't have that actual information here, but we will follow up.
Thank you.
I will add to that.
Go ahead.
Response, if I may. So I'll say that Government of Canada has reviewed the flight setbacks that are proposed in the land use plan, and we don't have any concerns with those proposed setbacks. We recognize certainly that this is an issue. It depends on the height of the flight, but we recognize the impacts that low-lying flights can have and support the setbacks, especially for bird nesting areas.
Is that it? Puchulik? Before we go to Puchulik, Alan has wanted to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on a question that Commissioner Peter put earlier, so not his last question. I heard him asking about hunters on ice and the use of hunters using their traditional ice routes. And I may have misheard the answer, but I thought the answer related to setbacks for wildlife. And of course, the answer prompted me to really think about three categories. And so the question is, as a follow-up to the issue Peter raised, what is Canada's position on the appropriateness of restricting ice breaking and generally giving setbacks for three separate and distinct uses of the ice? I think in the Commission's presentation, you heard them say ice in the north is like land. It's the travel route for much of the year. And there are three categories in my question: hunters' use of ice, wildlife use of ice, caribou crossing, for example, and general community routes. They're all, I think, three distinct uses of the ice. And I thank you, if I heard your answer correctly, I think you answered the wildlife side of it. It was related, of course, because he was asking about hunters, but really there are three separate and distinct uses. Hunters must feel they can travel the ice safely, both to leave their community and, of course, if there's an ice track from ice breaking, to return safely. Of course, we've covered wildlife. And then generally there's the issue of community-to-community travel routes. It literally is their highway for all sorts of purposes, exclusive of hunting as well as inclusive. Thank you for the patience in listening to that long question.
Robert Brooks, Canadian Coast Guard. Thank you for the question. It's important to understand the Canadian Coast Guard has levels of service for ice-breaking requirements. During the operational period that our icebreakers break ice in the Arctic from June to November, we receive a variety of requests for ice breaking, and we prioritize those based on our levels of service, which are available on our website. With respect to the future of how we will be working in the Arctic, we are very committed to collaborating with Indigenous communities, the Nunavut Marine Council, and having a collaborative approach for addressing ice-breaking requirements. As Mark mentioned in his remarks, there will be opportunities, there are opportunities for organizations to attend a daily ice-breaking teleconference call that's led by the Canadian Coast Guard, where we discuss the operational requirements for ice-breaking and the plans for ice-breaking. And that would be an opportunity where communities and organizations could raise concerns and identify risks, and together, in partnership with the organizations that are identifying the risk, the industry that has ice-breaking requirements, or the requester, it might not be industry in this in particular case, could identify solutions. Moving forward, taking the leadership of our Prime Minister in a joint statement with the United States, we're committed to implementing low-impact shipping corridors. The Coast Guard, with our partners, view this as essential for sustainable development and for sustainable shipping in the North, and we're committed to further understand the needs of Nunavut, its communities, and how we can work together to make sure that shipping and icebreaking services can be managed sustainably. Through those approaches, it is our hope that we can take meaningful approaches that will protect hunters, wildlife, and general community use. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just as a follow-up to that, and I thank you for your answer to that question. The beginning of your answer seemed to be related to Canada's use of its icebreakers in the season I think you described to be June to November. And then you did move, I think, into other users, not just Canada. You mentioned industry. And you're aware, of course, that industry has made requests to break ice in a longer season than June to November. Some of those requests come to the Commission for conformity review, but only in those areas where there is a plan, notably North Baffin. So my question was Canada's view of ice breaking beyond your own use of your icebreakers. And I think I heard in your answer that Canada's position is that it is appropriate to take into account impact. You use the expression low impact shipping corridors, both for the purposes of low impact on hunters' use of ice, community travel routes, and wildlife. Am I accurately summarizing your answer?
Robert Brooks, Canadian Coast Guard. Yes, I think you have characterized the concerns that the Canadian Coast Guard recognizes. And while we look to the future to utilize the Nunavut Marine Council and other engagement opportunities within the concept of low impact shipping corridors that we are pursuing, we have to consider these elements in how we design our programs for the future. The solution to the issues that you're raising are ones that we would like to work collaboratively towards, and acknowledged, as in Mark's remarks this morning, that we very much understand there are opportunities to improve our engagement and partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm happy to yield the floor to the communities who may have some questions. I have 14 pages of questions.
Thank you. Tamangan, apreyo kamwa.
Any Putulik? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Putulik Papi Katok, Nunavut Planning.
The appreciation that had been mentioned by the delegates from the communities of the help and the assistance that we had received in the past for the search and rescue, both on the air and on the sea, that when our people are in need of assistance, which we locally can provide, that you have provided for us and for them, and we appreciate that. That's the first comment I make, and the question following this comment is that Canada has on its sovereign question up in the high Arctic, in Resolute, or from Resolute, we have heard that the oil and gas exploration companies had left their wells open, and there was gas or oil coming out still at this point in time. and they have not cleaned up. So what position has or will Canada take to assist the people of Resolute to get those old exploration sites get cleaned up? On which way or from whom can they get assistance to make a follow-up on cleaning up on these sites that are leaking even today? That is my question. Thank you.
Renamik.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Spencer Dewar. I'm with the Nunavut Regional Office of Indigenous Northern Affairs Canada. Our office is responsible for facilitating the federal contaminated sites action plan in the north. And we have many sites that we're currently remediating or have remediated in the past. And we have, sorry, I didn't know I was from Newfoundland until just now. And then there's several sites that we're doing long-term monitoring on. I was emailing last night because you've referenced some high Arctic cleanup stuff yesterday. And I do have a presentation which I could give you like a copy of to see what we're doing in the coming years. And then I can look to some of the activities that we've done in the past to let you know what we're doing and what we have done. Does that work for you? I could present it to the Commission as evidence. Okay, thank you.
Merci. Any further questions? I don't believe there are none. Questions from the invited delegation? Thank you. I don't think I can be heard though. You can hear me, yes? Perhaps I'll stand. From Grace Fjord, Mayor of Auschwitz, Grace Fjord. I don't know whom to ask. Perhaps I'll ask you all. In our community, we're in the highest community, Inuit community in Nunavut. We didn't, on our own, decide to move up there. And we're dependent mostly just on wildlife. And now we heard of something totally unexpected with regards to climate change. We had a recent coastal flood, so not recently, and we don't know who to, we don't know what initiative we must take, but I think we need some support. After the flooding, a lot of hunters lost their gear. We have to depend on gears to hunt. And we are seeking support from whomever. Because a lot of contamination is accumulating, and when it comes up here, it doesn't go elsewhere, and it stays in the vicinity of North Pole. And we are seeing the ice receding in the Arctic Ocean. And sometimes we thought someone is bombing the Arctic, or perhaps there was a seismic testing, and we're very close to the Arctic Ocean. Yeah, And in the institute, our community is called Auschwitz, meaning it cannot melt, but it's melting, and it's affecting our drinking water. We want to be thoroughly thought of. We may be a small population in our community, but we need some action plan to get support. Just hold on. I think you can talk about that at another time. It's not really reflective of our topic. And if you ask a question, keep it short. You can just raise that at another time or other means. It doesn't really hinge on our topic for this hearing. If you have a question, stick to the topic. And if it concerns you or your community, if it related to the topic, NPC's hearing, so we don't go off course, try and stick to the topic. That question may be answered at another time. Further questions? Liza? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, how should I phrase it? Sometimes it's hard to ask a question that, and yet we should ask questions when we don't really know the issue discussed. Liza Ningil from Greece Fjord, High Arctic, at the top of the world. My question, but I don't know how I'll ask that. It's just a question whether what I've heard is correct or not. I've never seen this, and I think NPCs should consider this. I'll try and keep it short. In our community, it's a big concern, and we should have addressed it to Nunavut Planning Commission, so they'll have to take note. And we recently had a cruise ship, and I've heard, I don't know, I'm not aware, I've never witnessed it myself, but the ships have boundaries. If they go to this area in the Arctic, their loads or the supply ships, the rate, the cost of freight increases. How are these boundaries set? Further up you go, more costly it is. I just wondering. For example, you see less cost in supplies given to Iqaluit, but further high Arctic the supply ships go, the freight increases. So are there distance involved in cost rate? I just curious how that is set up. Yes, we can understand that, but we're not looking at cost of rates. That can be responded to at another time as well. It doesn't really concern our agenda. Yeah, I apologize, but I have no doubt that will be responded to by way of letter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some broader questions that I think the Commission would like to put to Canada before we run out of time. Canada, everyone in the room knows that the precautionary principle has been a cornerstone of environmental protection globally for over 20 years. Many of the participants who've made submissions, both orally at various previous meetings and in writing, have commented that there are information gaps remaining in the process of land use planning in the north. That's likely understandable given the breadth of issues and the size of the land. Many of these people acknowledging these information gaps have notwithstanding urged the Commission to apply the precautionary principle. So can Canada explain how the Nunavut Land Use Plan should define and implement a precautionary principle, particularly in those areas where there are information gaps? Thank you.
I think I agree that sort of precautionary principle, as you say, has been a cornerstone of environmental protection sort of globally for a couple of decades. It's a principle that's attractive, but has much complication in its detail and its application. In the context of a land use plan, the purpose of which is to balance environmental protection and economic development, where there is significant uncertainty both around the environment and around economic opportunities, I'd say that precaution needs to apply in both directions. It needs to apply to wildlife risk, but it also needs to be applied to the risk of lost economic development opportunity.
Thank you for your answer. And as a follow-up, actually, I almost thought you had my next question with your answer. You make reference to uncertainty, and my question is, in Canada's view, does the precautionary principle mean that the Nunavut Land Use Plan may or should restrict land uses even if there's scientific uncertainty of the need to do so? If, for example, there's a basis in traditional knowledge, IQ, for example, that a restriction is necessary.
Well, the government in Canada doesn't have a position on the precautionary principle. Just want to be clear about that. But our view is certainly that as understanding develops and evolves, is that zone of uncertainty diminishes as we understand more about what is affecting caribou populations and what is and other wildlife, and what is important to protect them into the future, whether as a result of science or whether from the insight of traditional knowledge, then it is important and vital that that information be brought to bear in the planning process. The Commission itself identified, again at the opening presentation and discussion on planning tools, strategic environmental assessments as a way to sort of advance understanding of cumulative effects on a regional basis. And this is one promising avenue in which to bring that knowledge to bear in a broader context.
Thank you for that answer. I may have misheard what you said, but I thought I heard you say that you didn't have Canada's position on the precautionary principle, or I'm not sure what you said. Let me just say that I think Canada is well and truly on record for a decade or so at least of embracing the precautionary principle, Canada federally, as a cornerstone of its environmental legislation. Species at risk and all kinds of legislation recognizes the need to move in a precautionary way in the absence of scientific certainty. You're not suggesting Canada's moving away from that position?
I'm not. Let me clarify then. I'm not saying anything about the principle as a principle. I am talking about the application of the principle.
Thank you. I wanted to pick up on your comments in your presentation, sir, about the post-hearing process. Many people have expressed confusion, I suppose, on what that process is moving forward. The Commission, in its discussions with Canada, and we hope with all of the participants, has made it clear what they have mapped out as their process. So I'm going to map that out very briefly, and then I'm going to seek clarification from you. It's the Commission's view that reading the provisions of the Nunavut Agreement together with NUPA, that we are in the final stages of submitting a plan for the review and potential approval of the three signatories, of the three approving parties. It's the Commission's view, and they've communicated it, that there will be these now 3 regional public hearings. Commissioners will go away and revise the existing draft in the manner they see fit. It's their time to write the 2017 Commissioners' draft. They will submit that draft together with a report to Canada, to the Government of Nunavut, and to NTI. It's the Commission's stated position that then the 3 approving parties need to accept or reject the plan. If they accept it, I think we're all having a party. If they reject it, the reasons for rejection have to be reduced to writing. It would then come back to the Commission, who could then try again a second and really final time. In that last second and final time, it appears that the Commission could then go again to the public in some sort of a public review, which might include a public hearing. I had thought you were suggesting in your submissions that in fact the Commission should go back to the public before they put their first Commissioner's draft in with its report. If that's your suggestion, can you please indicate where the legislative authority is to do that? And as important as any other issue, where will the funding come for what I think you are suggesting as another round of consultations? Long question, important question. It's imminent. It's the next step, and we really very much need to hear Canada's position on post-hearing process. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that. Yes, so what we understand is that the draft will, after these set of hearings, will be revised. I certainly heard the Commission indicating that it is open to substantial revision. I certainly heard in answers to questions on the first day that in response to questions raised that full consideration will be given and decisions will be made based on the input received. That to me suggests an openness to significant change, which we advise is necessary. It's our view that a draft that is submitted to the signatories needs to be one which has been subject to discussion and debate amongst communities, and therefore we'd look to a process of validation of that draft before it's submitted to us. Now I will turn to my colleague here to answer the other part of your question specifically about where the legislative mandate lies.
Thank you, Mr. Blair, for the question. The core of the answer is that the Nunavut Planning Commission and commissioners have a very significant degree of authority and control about how they shape the specific steps, the specific procedures that make up this final hearing. So one example was when the commissioners looked at the final hearing that was approaching. I was not part of your conversations, but I, from the outside, think that you looked at a single Iqaluit hearing and you thought, is that the way we want to do it? Or might it be possible for us, maybe better for us, to divide it into 3 regional hearings? And so although it's one final hearing, the commissioners decided to separate it into 3 steps. And just as you as commissioners made that decision, you as commissioners can divide this final hearing into other steps that you think would be helpful to move your process forward. So as one example, over the last several days, you and your staff and we all have received a tremendous amount of new information and new perspectives on existing information. The decision will be yours, but you could decide that you need a step inside your final hearing, which we talked about can be expanded to have new activities inside your final hearing, to make sure we've understood, to make sure you've understood what you've been told. So it's possible that that very short sentence in the Act that says, have a final hearing, can have many smaller steps that you take along that path. Renemiek.
Thank you both gentlemen for the answer. My next question is also process related, and it's a question that Mr. Land and I have had discussions on in the past regarding the approvable document, the plan, as distinct from the options and recommendations document. So my question moves between those two. For the broader audience, a plan that eventually goes forward for approval needs to be a document which reads like a piece of legislation, which in fact is what it effectively becomes when approved. And I think I understand it's Canada's view that the options and recommendations document is the place for the details. A standalone, robust options and recommendations document, as opposed to putting all of that information into the plan. So I'm answering the question that I think you agree with, that at the end of these three hearings, whatever happens in that point, as you've just alluded to, that the Commission may have some latitude. It appears to me that there are three very distinctive documents. There would be the Commissioner's draft. It would be a robust stand-alone options and recommendations document, if for no other reason other than to articulate their reasons for their review and to keep them separate from the approvable plan. And then there would be a report as the third standalone document explaining it all. So my question to you, I guess, Mr. Land, is you agree that the options and recommendations should be found in a distinctive, separate, standalone document to the plan? And really, we're just looking for direction and stating it at this first hearing so that all of the participants can contemplate how the Commission organizes its thought process. And we'd be happy to start with you if you have any thoughts on that subject now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. At a very broad or high-level answer, yes, but I think it's probably a yes with a but. The first thing I have to say is I'm not certain I would understand the distinction you're drawing between the options and recommendations document and the report. It seems to me that maybe those two things could be one thing. I don't know, though, because I don't know exactly how the Commission will want to organize its work and how the Commission will want to communicate back about its thinking. But it seems to me there's a choice. You could have one or two documents for a combination of options and recommendations and Commissioner's report. And the other but, the other qualification that I would put is the options and recommendations should have a very thorough examination of the considerations, and on the one hand we thought about this, and on the other hand we thought about that for every single issue. And the land use plan, I would suggest, should probably have less of that, but it should still be clear in the plan itself what the key, most important considerations were and how those considerations were balanced against each other. to lead to a conclusion so that a reader of the plan alone can have a good understanding of what the thinking was behind the plan and can also have a very clear indication of exactly where in the options and recommendations document they could look if they want more detail on that. So I think broadly, yes, there's a good alignment between what you described and what I said, but I think I've added more detail that I hope is helpful.
Thank you. Your hours have come to 2 hours, and there were some elders that wanted to ask. I'm going to give them an opportunity to ask before we let you go. Jitalu?
Jitalo Kakik Abekaluit from Amako HDO. Kano? Since I haven't been involved in the government, I know I will make a mistake, but my question is for mining companies who will want to do some mineral development. We would like to be informed, and we will want to have information shared to our communities so that we can better inform our communities. What I'm trying to say is the interested mining companies, for example, the ones in between Panuto and Iqaluit who are doing some work. And they seem to be preparing as well to do some work. And Inuit are the areas that Inuit have been at. And the next generation of Inuit, my question is, on behalf of them, the Inuit that first became aware of this, it seems like they're going to miss out on these opportunities that were made available for them in the first place.
I think the important thing in the plan again is to balance protection and development, in this case mineral development, so that the opportunities are there going forward for this generation and the next, depending, of course, on what they value. I can't speak about the first generation of Inuit you speak of who have lost these opportunities. I don't know who they are. But if the companies do not see that there is opportunity for them to come explore and invest, then there will not be benefits for this and future generations.
Thank you. Just a reminder too, if you can't answer right away, you can answer that later. There will be some opportunities later to answer questions, just a reminder. Kiu yung nangigipata, kiu neo kiu katakon nang ta tabataw ti kiu. Ilagay ako majay. Ti?
Yes, I do agree in one way, and deeper I am not in agreement. I was born when there was no government in place. Government started just around the 1960s. And ever since then, we have been waiting for benefits for us older generation. It's as if we're talking about only one-sided information, because we've been given promises, and we still don't see them today, and we will still try to wait for the promises that were made. Joshua would also like to speak. I don't think he's here anymore. And Liupa has wanted to speak. I do know another person raised their hand. Liupa had raised his hand earlier. Thank you. Thank you. I have two things to say. I will try to make them brief. Two things, just to give thanks to the Canadian Coast Guard. I'll say that first, because they have been very effective in the Cumberland Sound. When there was a search and rescue going on near Panetto, when we had a lot of sea ice in the Sound. We received a lot of help from the Canadian Coast Guard. I wanted to make that brief, so I just want to give my thanks and acknowledge them. And since we always have belugas in the wintertime, and non-Inuit are starting to become more interested, and they have always been in their habitat in the Cumberland Sound, we would prefer that they do not be disturbed by non-Inuit. I said I would summarize it, so that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you like to respond?
I thought that was more of a comment.
Yeah, come to think of it, it is a comment, like recommendation. It was a recommendation. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, we'll take that into recommendation. Last member to speak, since our time is up. I have two things to say. We are very envious of the mining companies. I am from Ibujibik, Sallik, and Kangesutjuak. That's where the mining is taking place. We are very envious of them, of the benefits that are being brought to them, because they are getting infrastructure in their communities. And we are very envious of what's taking place in their communities, both communities. If the community is okay, as long as it's not going to have a negative impact on their wildlife, and when there are interested mining companies who would like to do mining activity close to their communities, because a member that's in the middle has said that money has to be invested. It has to be invested towards the communities and Aupaluk. That's what they say to Aupaluk in Nunavut region. The community and the mining companies, when they come into agreement, there can be a balance. I just want that to be considered. And the other one? We also thank the Canadian Coast Guard when our community members are in danger, when we can't really do anything to help them. The Canadian Coast Guards are there to help us, bring us to safety, and also provide food, and also have a shelter, a safe shelter to stay at. So we thank you. I said he would be the last one to comment because we're over our time. If you would like to ask questions, please submit written questions and you will get responses later. And the written questions can be read later. My apologies, we went over our time. And I do notice that. And we're still not caught up with our agenda. You can submit written questions anytime, just a reminder. Thank you for being here and responding to the questions accordingly. Thank you.
If you have a question, you can write them down and they'll be answered later.
Marie Bibi Below, lawyer at NTI.
Told that we can write questions in writing, but NTI has submitted questions in writing to the NPC and they have not been asked. So we can't really fully trust that if we put a question in writing that it will be raised. So I apologize, but I am going to take this opportunity very briefly to follow up on a point that I made on the first day where participants should be given the priority here to speak, and the NPC staff has taken quite an amount of time to ask their questions, and maybe they could put their questions in writing to the government so that the participants here could be allowed the opportunity while they are here, and if necessary, maybe have more time added so that they can participate, ask their questions, and actually feel comfortable to speak, because some of them are being cut off while the NPC staff has amount of time to ask their questions, which they could maybe put in writing. And in the Nunavut agreement, it says that in conducting its hearings, the NPC staff shall at all times give weighty consideration to the tradition or Inuit oral communication and decision making. So that should be made a priority here, and for the participants to feel comfortable to ask and participate in this process, please.
Yep.
We do want to hear from you, but we have a large task that we are working on, and we do want to hear from you, and you can submit any written questions and get responses later, anytime. For those of us that are here, we have a large responsibility in working on the draft plan, and we have to take everything into consideration. We want to hear everything that you have to submit, either verbally or in written. Now, I just wanted to reiterate that you can submit anything to the commission, and we have to ask questions because we will have to consider everything that's put out because we need more information in order to carefully consider these. And I want you all to know, since we're behind and it's past 11 o'clock, and they were supposed to have 2 items to present, and we needed time to ask questions. And in regards to the draft plan, since we're working on the draft plan, I tend to ask the panel members if they have any questions. I am not ignoring anyone, any of the participants, to see if they have any questions, and also the guests there. I just wanted to reiterate how we are proceeding in this hearing. Thank you. We'll take a 15-minute break before we resume with the next one.
Thank you. Like other presenters, you have 20 minutes and 10-minute question period. You may proceed whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, the commissioners, the delegates from the communities, NPC staff. My name is Shin Shiga. I am here to represent the indigenous North Slave Métis Alliance members, the Métis people of the Great Slave Lake area. I live in Yellowknife in the Northwest Territories. NSMA, or the North Slave Métis Alliance, represents Section 35 Aboriginal rights bearing indigenous Métis people of the Great Slave Lake area. We participate in the Nunavut land use planning process to address our transboundary interest that will be impacted by your decisions. The transboundary issues that may impact our members' rights include migratory birds, linear transportation corridors, or roads, and barren ground caribou. Today, I would like to speak specifically to the issue of caribou and their habitat, because as we all know, caribou makes life and way of life for the Inuit, Métis, and Dene peoples of the North. NSMA members harvest primarily from caribou herds that calve in Qikiqtani and Kivalik regions. They are Bathurst, blue-nosed, beavery, and Ahaya curs. I will therefore be speaking specifically to the habitats of those herds today. Next slide, please. Right. So today I have 4 points to make. First is that we support the caribou protected areas as described in the 2016 draft Nunavut land use plan. Second is that we recommend Nunavut Planning Commission to assign special management area status to caribou rutting areas and migration corridors. Third is that we do not support mobile protection measures as proposed by a number of other participants. And lastly, we think EcoJust's submission made on August 29th, 2017 on the subject of grandfathering is a reasonable way forward. So the first point, we strongly support the 2016 draft Nunavut land use plan in its approach to protecting key caribou habitats. We think the approach is correct and reasonable, both in scale and intensity. NPC identifies core carving area, post-carving area, freshwater crossings, and key access corridors as especially sensitive and needing protection. We agree to that. NPC also indicated earlier in this hearing that in the absence of direct evidence, one should take a precautionary approach to protecting the ecosystem. We agree to that too. We would like to clarify that we are not opposed to industrial development, but it is not a 50-50 trade-off situation. We must first protect the environment, protect the lives and way of lives of the indigenous peoples. Set aside what the wildlife needs to prosper. Then we can start thinking economic development. This is where we come from when we advocate for the protection of the sensitive caribou and other wildlife habitats. Next slide, please. In addition to protected areas, we recommend to the commissioners that special management area status applied to caribou rutting areas and migration corridors. This provides for opportunities for economic development while taking care that important caribou habitats are reasonably protected. Next slide, please. We would like to point out that there is a proposal to use a mobile or seasonal protection measures for caribou rather than protected areas. We have a few reasons to not support this approach at this time. First, Nunavut land use plan can be reviewed periodically should the key sensitive habitats move outside of the protected areas. The current proposed areas were derived from traditional knowledge as well as multiple years of satellite color data. We can reasonably believe that these areas will remain relatively stable over time. Changes over a long term can be reasonably addressed by periodic reviews of the plan. Second is that there are no details with respect to caribou mobile protection measures. We would like to note, however, that when a similar discussion was held during the Nunavut Impact Review Board's public hearing for Sabina Gold and Silver Mine, where NSMA was an intervener, the company's clear position was to never stop processing ores, even if calving cows moved into the site to calve. Once a mine, always a mine. We shouldn't and cannot assume that mobile or seasonal protection measures will provide the same degree of protection that the protected areas will provide. Third, some opponents to protected areas seek scientific evidence that industrial developments are adversely impacting caribou. We strongly agree with NPC's position that the absence of direct evidence in the absence of direct evidence, precautionary principle is a reasonable and appropriate approach to protecting the ecosystem. Lastly, one of the expert reports provided analysis of protected areas selection methodology. The report seems to provide reasonable analysis and helpful insight that the current proposed protected areas may be mismatched with current and historical sensitive caribou habitats. I think this is a good reason for NPC to adjust the polygons. We do not think that is a good reason to not protect sensitive areas. Next slide, please. On the grandfathering or the existing rights component of the draft plan. We would like to support the opinion submitted by EcoJustice on August 29, 2016. Our interest here is greater clarity. It will also prevent junior exploration companies from rushing to get the exploration permits within the protected areas before the approval of the land use plan. To conclude, Mr. Chair and the Commissioners, the Métis people whom I represent recommend to you 4 things. The first is to protect the sensitive caribou habitats. The second, to assign special management area status for sensitive but less sensitive areas. The third, to not support mobile or seasonal protection measures. And the fourth, to provide clarity to the grandfathering of rights in accordance with the EcoJustice submission. In closing, I would like to thank the commissioners, their staff, the delegates from the communities, and all the participants for your dedication to the protection of the environment and livelihood of the indigenous peoples. I'd like to offer special thanks to Jaco Ishulutak and Henry from Panerton. I met them 10 years ago when I was a student, and in many ways, that's the reason why I'm here today. The experience continues to shape my life. Kuyanami.
Kuyanami. Putulik.
Can we be shown the map that our young friend here is, where his interest is? Is there a map available of to the area that he's talking about?
No, Pitakangitok, we don't have the map that he's speaking of. It's not within our system. We will look, but we don't have immediate access to them.
Putulik. Can you just explain to us or give us an idea of the area that he's talking about?
Ati? I know.
Thank you for the question, Shinshigar North Slave Métis Alliance. The area that I'm talking about for the protection of the sensitive habitats is just as outlined in the draft land use plan. So I suspect it might be on the wall somewhere. So, Shinshigar North Slave Métis Alliance. Okay, I'm trying to place myself on the map. Where is the Bathurst Inlet? Somewhere here. So if Yellowknife was somewhere here, the North Slave Métis Alliance members exercise their Aboriginal rights to harvest caribou in the north of the lake. So the herds that we harvest would be calving right here, blue nose east baby around here, the Beavery and Ahayak might be around there. All right, so this is Blue Nose East, and that'll be Bathurst, and Beavery and Ahayak might be around there.
Thank you. Qikiqtani.
Yes, one more. Exactly, where's your community about?
Thank you for the question, Shinshiga North Live Métis Alliance. So majority of the people I represent live out of the map in Yellowknife. So the reason I'm here today is because the caribou that calve here, and here migrate south in the winter where they are harvested by Métis and Dene people.
Thank you.
I think any further questions? It appears there's none. Delegates? It appears. There's no more questions. Thank you for your presentations, answering the questions that were asked.